كافة الشركاء. يعمل صندوق الاستثمارات العامة بجانب القطاع الخاص لتمكين الدعم وتعزيز القدرات وتنمية الأعمال ولتوفير الفرص للشركات داخل المملكة العربية السعودية وعلى مستوى العالم. مع التوسع المستمر في نطاق الصناعات المحلية، يواصل صندوق الاستثمارات العامة وشركات محفظته العمل مع القطاع الخاص لتسريع وتيرة النمو وتحقيق التنمية المستدامة، ولفتح قطاعات جديدة وتعزيز سلاسل الإمداد وخلق طلب أكبر يسهم في تحقيق الازدهار. اليوم الفرص متاحة في كل جانب من جوانب الاقتصاد، وقد جرى استعراضها خلال منتدى صندوق الاستثمارات العامة والقطاع الخاص، لأن التقدم يتحقق بفضل شراكات مثمرة أساسها حوارات بناءة متبوعة بتعاون فعال يثمر عن نتائج واقعية ومؤثرة. بعد اختتام المنتدى تستمر الرحلة حاملة المزيد من الفرص المتاحة لشركات القطاع الخاص والمستثمرين. إنها لحظتنا بكل ما تحمله من زخم وفرص، حيث نسير معا نحو المستقبل بخطى ثابتة. أهلاً بكم في النسخة الرابعة من منتدى صندوق الاستثمارات العامة والقطاع الخاص.
Well, a very good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the PIF Private Sector Forum. We're on our fourth edition. Obviously, we're here now in 2026, and it has changed massively since last year. I don't know if you were here last year, but the navigation and the system is really inspiring, and it's all meant for connection for businesses and government officials to meet up. Now, day one here, we're going to be talking about lifelines of national transformation. What does that mean? We're going to be looking at the national growth and the momentum that we've seen growing across the industrials and logistics sector here in the Kingdom. Of course, what we're looking at is the building blocks of the economy. We're going to be focusing down on infrastructure, supply chain, manufacturing capacity, and of course, operational capabilities, all coming together to drive that transformation of scale. We've been hearing about this morning in plenary, we've been hearing about the massive numbers out there in terms of private partnerships and indeed the outcomes of those. So we're going to zoom across many, many different sectors today. From mining and metals to logistics, agri-food, and of course strategy and regulation are going to be at the very heart of that, and the capital and technology that are aligning all of those sectors and leading to real outcomes on the ground here in the Kingdom. Today you will hear from government leaders as they set the direction, definitely first thing in that panel, then of course the private sector and how they're delivering progress, and investors and operator and how they're translating that ambition into execution. Basically, the theme is to unlock value, and across the course of this afternoon, we will indeed see how that is done. Talking of which, we're coming to our first cosy fireside for this afternoon. It's entitled Ecosystem Unpacked. The role of government in enabling the industrials and logistics ecosystem. So it gives me great pleasure to welcome the moderator, Mohammed Al-Wahabi, the co-founder of the HOR, to introduce his fellow panelists today. So give him a warm round of applause.
Sorry. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for introducing us. And excuse me, we will be speaking in Arabic in this session. And I think you have the translation devices in front of you. يعطيكم العافية، متشرفين وسعيدين معكم في هذه الجلسة التي نبدأ فيها الحديث عن الصناعة والخدمات اللوجستية في هذا الجناح على مدى 4 أو 5 جلسات تشكل هذه الثيمة. أهلا بالجميع في المنصة الأكبر من نوعها في اقتناص الفرص، كما تحدث معالي محافظ صندوق الاستثمارات العامة على المنصة الرئيسية في القاعة المجاورة، حديث عن 25 ألف مشارك من القطاع الحكومي والقطاع الخاص وصولا إلى هذه النسخة الرابعة. ذكر نقطة مهمة جدا في كلمة الافتتاحية، يقول نعمل دائما على تعميق الأثر. منهجية واضحة هي أن نتحمل المخاطر في بناء قطاعات استراتيجية واعدة وشراكات رائدة لتحفيز الإنفاق على المحتوى المحلي وتوطين سلاسل الإمداد وتطوير القدرات الصناعية المحلية. هذا وعد والتزام ومنهجية تحدث بها معالي محافظ صندوق الاستثمارات العامة على المنصة الرئيسية في جلسة الافتتاح. السؤال الأهم وهو عنوان هذه الجلسة: ماذا عن دعم الحكومة في التمكين لمنظومة الصناعة والخدمات اللوجستية؟ لن أطيل الحديث. ضيوفنا في هذه الجلسة
in our audience in this session, the advisor, engineer Mohammed Hariri, and also the
الخدمات اللوجستية. حياكم الله معنا.
thank you all for attending with us, engineer Nizar Al Hariri and the advisor in the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources. Today we heard His Excellency that we all have heard the strategy of the PIF that helped us in changing and altering the strategies in actually enhancing the value of competency in this ecosystem. Firstly, thank you for having us in this great forum that gather the private and public sectors. Firstly, I think we have thankfully we have actually starting to see the fruitful outcomes of the 2030 vision in the last 2 or 3 years, that we have started to see results in many sectors, in cars, in pharmaceutical, and also in the public transport as well, and many others. In short, today we are seeing a great alignment between the private and public sector to be present in under one umbrella. And now that we're seeing the private sector actually trying to make or participate in making the decision when defining the problems that need to be actually removed. Also, we have seen in the sector of manufacturing, now we have 19,000 manufacturers, and this is the goal of the government, to see some sustainability in this sector. And now they have raided the tariffs in that regard. Also, we have seen that the struggle of some sectors that cannot invest with a great amount of money because they are targeting their budget for 5 or 7 or 10 years to be sustained in that sector. And we have told them that we can actually participate in that to see their stable investments with the help of the government. I want to ask you, what are your strategies in the empowerment strategies? Firstly, thank you for having us and doing this forum, and thanks to the PIF also for organizing this. For the logistics sector, before the vision we have been scattered, but the umbrella of the logistics strategies were made in 2020, and those legislations were made for different sectors, including the public sector and the public transport and so on. And those strategies were made to keep each sector separate and also can actually comprehend with the other and align with other sectors like the logistics services also that can also collaborate with other ministries like the Ministry of Tourism and the Ministry of manufacturers and so on. And the goal is to make this as enablers to the private sector to create collaborations, for instance, the Sharik program or the PIF to solve any obstacles that can face the private sector, whether it is legislations or operational obstacles. And we have seen by the great numbers that we have achieved in the logistics sector the outcomes of these legislations. The talk about legislation is great, but we want to know what are these strategies and initiatives that have fastened the road for us. When it comes to the manufacturing sector, we have a collaboration of legislations. Now we have one that's been accredited and put in and work with the alignment with other legislations to have incomes from the investment ministry, and at the same time aligned with the Saudization strategy that enabled any investment that is made inside the kingdom to be assured that now we have a clear vision, and every minister has the same opinion on work as a result of this collaboration between different sectors. What are the strategies that serve the ministry? The strategies that were made in 2020 were updated to align the initiatives with the collective projects, upcoming projects like Expo and World Cup and others. We have significant initiatives that are coming, for instance, the launch of the legislation services that actually can show a new jump in the sector that will be that will take place in 2023. And also we will activate all these logistics centers that will work in collaboration with the Commission of Ports inside the kingdom, especially the port in Dammam. And also we have seen some remarkable numbers in the last 2 years, and all sectors have made great achievements as well that can achieve our strategic goals. Back to you, Mr. Engineer Hariri. I would like to ask about the collaboration between your ministry and other logistics services bodies. Is there any need for doing improvements? I think we are having a great digital infrastructure inside the kingdom, and we have a surveillance from ministry that can actually monitor our work, and that all the ministries inside the kingdom is linked via this infrastructure, and we have bi-weekly or monthly meetings with different ministers that we can actually improve our systems to be connected greatly. Also, we have meetings with the private sectors and other platforms that are specialized in having legislations and so on. So we are trying to align our work together. For instance, 399 in the Ministry of manufacturing, and we have and they have different more than 13 bodies underneath them that we are working with, and they have their expertise in investment and in the sector, and so we can make a shared decision together that can be seen as a good one. How you see the collaboration and with the private sector? I think there is always a room for improvement, in fact, but there is an important info. This is one of the benefits of the 2030 vision that needs to be our work aligned with the national strategy. For instance, the Commission of Developing the Western area, they are trying to actually develop, to make an urban development. So they have to work with the municipalities there to create, to define the areas to, under this project. So we have 59 logistic center underneath, 29 of them under the umbrella of manufacture ministry, whether it's a Commission of Yonbor and Al-Ula or Al-Jubail. So we have to align our efforts and create this platform that connects us with the private sector, so they know that this is approved by the strategy of the Development Commission or the of the ministry as well. I think there is a connecting point between the Ministry of Industry and the I think yes, and logistics. Yes, I think the industry sector is connecting with us with the logistics services and also the storage areas. And this is one of the points that we have seen to be improved, the lack of sufficient number of storage areas. And this is one of the KPIs that were not sufficient for us. So worked with the Modern, the Commission of Improving cities. So we created with them projects of creating warehouses, new warehouses inside cities, and we have seen the great increased number in attracting foreign investments, international ones, to provide their services inside the kingdom. So what do you think? Where are the opportunities that the Ministry of Industry has to work to focus on? I will speak especially about the sector I'm specialized in. We have seen a great transformation. We have made great collaboration with sectors inside the kingdom, especially the sector of about the health industry and the pharmaceutical. We are working with the great projects, for instance, like Greenfield, which is zero net. It will be around 10 to 11 thousand million riyals, and we are investing already on those projects, and some of those will be seeing in the future. The minister was talking this morning about 15 milliard on private sector, and he was saying that we're seeing 15 promising opportunities in airports, in ports, and so on. And he was talking about 15 opportunities. What you are talking about, the opportunities you can put in front of the private sector. Yes, correct. We have seen, especially in the last year, some great leaps. For instance, we heard about the new zone, logistic zone, and the great thing that in the day this was opened, the area was completely rented. And this is great for investment. We are looking for the greatest models for private sector to invest in, for instance, BBP or great models. And this is one of the successful stories that took place last month. They improving and developing the JAF port inside the Qasim area, and it was on the contract for 50 years to develop and run the port. Also, this is a great opportunity to enable the investor and connect them with the the public sectors and operational ones. We want to hear last successful story from you. Thank God we have many successful stories. For instance, we have more than 2 million on investment made on the manufacturing sector, and now the Saudi is the most important platform for on the world. And also we have seen great leaps in the pharmaceutical sector, and we have seen a great investment in the insulin and plasma, and also the vaccines, and these some that have seen by the world that the launch of localizing the vaccines, and also we are entering a new phase of packaging, and we will be operating soon, and this was not easy in the past, the legislation of localizing have made the investors at ease, and now these all investments are in billions that we haven't seen made in the kingdom in the past years, and now we are entering a new phase. We are very happy to see these successful stories. Thank you for attending this session. We will have the coming session that will speak about actually emphasizing the impact of successful stories and enabling the supply chain. This session was with the advisor inside the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources, and also the Deputy of Logistic Institution, Mr. Kamal. This is the session have ended, but we will have coming sessions that will talk about the opportunities inside the logistic sectors, and also the mineral resources. The private sector will be at the stage to talk about their successful stories. Thank you all for period, for attending.
So much, gentlemen, and for running us through there.
شكرا أيها السادة ولاستعراض الرؤية التي وضعت
And brought that alignment between the public and the private sectors. Well, we're moving fast today, 20 minutes per session or half an hour. Our next one is executive conversations, the private sector opportunities in the logistics sector, and of course, the progress to date. We're going to be focusing on the rapid transformation of Saudi Arabia's logistics sector and, of course, those opportunities. We're going to look at the opportunities that are presented for private investors and operators, and also the tangible outcomes that have taken place across many sectors, including rail, ports, airports, and digital platforms, and highlighting how that participation is expanding capacity, reducing costs, and improving reliability, all opening up those important avenues for collaboration across the logistics sector. So I'd now like to welcome our panelists to the stage. And we have Adil Hamazia, the Managing Director of Highbridge Advisory, to call them all to the stage. So, gentlemen, enjoy.
I think it's Bashar, it's Mohammed, Bashar, Rob. Yeah.
كيف الصحة؟ طيب إن شاء الله الناس تكبر وانتصر ما شاء الله. هلا وسهلا طال عمرك كيف الحال؟ معروف كيف الصحة؟ طيب إن شاء الله كيف الحال؟ ترى جالسين نرتب طال عمرك اجتماع مع الفريق عندك على الدراي بورت في القصيم. How can we expedite الآن يعني jointly الربط بالقطار إن شاء الله. بإذن الله. بإذن الله بإذن الله. الله
A green folder, could I borrow one?
Makes sense. إن شاء الله إن شاء الله. الله يحفظك. طيب أنا ذيكم رجالي والله.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Private Sector Opportunities in the Logistics Sector and Progress to Date. My name is Adil Hamazia. I'm your moderator for this afternoon. We've got to be pretty efficient. 30 minutes. We want to get through land, sea, and air. So very much looking forward. Quick raise of hands. Who prefers land over sea? Who prefers air over land? Who prefers sea over air? Great. We've got good debate and divergence. We've got two over here. So I'd like to frame the discussion this afternoon through alliteration. I was speaking with our speakers backstage, and they get extra cookie points for integrating alliteration this afternoon. So the 4 F's of future logistics: flow, freight, free zones, and fulfillment. We aim to anchor a conversation around both opportunity and progress. And of course, personally, I've asked our distinguished speakers to highlight some entry points for you, the distinguished investors, players, policymakers, movers, and shakers. We know logistics is no longer backstage infrastructure, it's front stage gateway. We've seen Saudi Arabia positioning itself as a continental connector, a trade transship titan, and of course a supply chain sovereign. Or put it differently, we're moving from oil barrels to containers as we propel the Vision 2030 and its economic diversification story, driving non-oil growth, GDP, diversification, digitalization, decarbonization, competitiveness, comparative advantage, connectivity, and communication, right? So this is about ports with scale, rail with reach, shipping with speed, and capital with conviction. I've got our speakers laughing, great. In short, logistics and corridors becoming capitalists for capital. Let me now introduce our leaders. We have really the blockbuster leaders who are driving infrastructure and logistics here in the kingdom. We have to my immediate left, Mohammed Abu Zaid, Head of Transportation at the PIF. We have Dr. Bashar Al-Malik, who is the CEO of Saudi Railways, aka SAR. He even has capital and currency in his name, SAR. We have Rob Harrison, the CEO of Saudi Global Ports, and last but not least, Paul Hesbeek, who is the CEO of Falk Maritime. Back in academia, and I see some colleagues here in the stage, we always ask, bluff, bottom line up front. One single word, speakers. What is the biggest single opportunity from your vantage point in your space today? Go, Mohammed.
Logistic services.
Logistic, that's 2 words. It's okay, Malish? Okay. Please.
Infrastructure.
Infrastructure.
I would go with interoperability.
Interoperability, excellent. And last but not least?
Collaboration.
Collaboration. Yeah, and those are synonyms, Shway, but it's fine. So I'd just like to dive right in. Mohammed, you are somewhat respectfully to our colleagues sitting at the PIF, right? Umbrella, yani Shway, okay? What tangible progress best illustrates Saudi Arabia's logistic transformation to your mind? And I've given all of our colleagues just a couple of minutes to ration and to move forward. Good? Sounds good? Good? Great. Please, Mohammed.
So, thank you so much, Adel. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I hope you make the best out of this private sector forum in its 4th edition. And I'm quite humbled to be in this great panel and with these esteemed colleagues. There are so many aspects for all the recent progress and transformation. But if I to put it all behind one specific KPI or metric, it will be the LPI, the Logistics Performance Index, where the Kingdom ranking raised by double digit, like 17 ranking, and now it's among the global top 40. I expect this trend to continue, thanks to whether it is the infrastructure, the interoperability, or the collaboration across the whole ecosystem.
Thank you. Bashar, you're moving rails. We've heard about Qatar. We've heard about all sorts of connectivity. Give us a little bit on the biggest transformations from your vantage point.
You'll be hearing more as we move.
Excellent.
Inshallah. Let me start first by explaining the ecosystem. Out of Vision 2030, there was a national transport and logistics strategy that was announced by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince back in 2021. Out of this, many programs, initiatives, and projects have been identified to achieve certain objectives that supports the overall vision objectives. We're working very closely to progress what has been planned for as part of this strategy. We're working as an ecosystem involving all stakeholders, be it from the public sector or the private sector as well. And we have achieved many of the planned objectives and targets for 2030. Having this said, there is a body that was established by the Ministry of Transport and Logistics, chaired by the Vice Minister himself, that meets quarterly with the private sector to ensure that we hear the private sector needs, challenges, and support, and hopefully providing the right platform to incentivize the private sector to participate in our national strategy. We have made certain progress, as my colleague Mohammed correctly said, when it comes to the LPI. We have achieved in 2023, we were positioned at 38, if I remember correctly. Also, when it comes to the agility of emerging markets and logistics, we are ranked 4th globally. So we're making progress as we move on, and we have many projects that are progressing to even ensure that we achieve all of our objectives, inshallah.
Thank you, Dr. Bashar. Before taking a small train ride from Saudi Railway to Saudi Port, it's top 10. That is the North Star for 2030, correct?
It is.
Yes. Thank you. Rob, please.
Yeah, thanks very much, Adel. Salam alaikum, everybody. Appreciate the energy and passion that you bring to the intros. We'll try to keep up with your demands. I really do like this idea of the challenge and the collective KPI of being a logistics performance indicator. Because if you actually see who's up here today, there's different sectors or different parts over an overall chain, right? And I think also that goes to this idea of interoperability, right? Is that we have to sort of, is the next step in our evolution in terms of the entire kingdom supply chains. If you see here, you actually have some really good businesses that have been invested in, and we have the support of a major investor that has really been supportive of it. Us ourselves, we have now evolved into an ecosystem ourselves, right? So even within Saudi Global Ports, we cover a number of the different activities that actually service the overall supply chain, from the ports, both the container ports and the multi-purpose ports, but also the linking into the rail services, and we have a partnership with SAR of actually running the operations from the deep sea terminals into Riyadh. And then the next phase of our evolution is looking at the development of special economic zones in and around the port, right, which will bring more grade A warehousing, etc. But we cannot do that ourselves. We cannot act alone, and although we are a developed and established infrastructure already player, because that's what we do, we invest in long-term assets, right? And we're going to develop that capability and that capacity to keep servicing the kingdom. We cannot do it ourselves. So I think the next stage of the evolution and things that we collectively should be doing and getting around the table is saying, how can we make those handover points, those transition points between cargo as it flows along from the ocean side to the port side, to the rail side, even to the air side? How can we actually do that more significantly? And the amount of investment that has already come has been amazing. We ourselves, over the next 5 years, will be investing another 3.5 billion SAR in making sure that we play our part in bringing more and more capacity to the market. So for us, and we appreciate the fact that we have PIF amongst our supporters and our investors that are actually enabling us to be able to do that. So for us, it's an exciting journey so far, but it's not yet done. We're looking forward to the next stage.
Thank you, Rob. Paul, could you come in, but seeing as folk is a little bit younger, could you maybe just unpack for any newbies in the audience just a little bit on Folk Maritime? Please, over to you.
Yes. So Folk Maritime was established 2 years ago. We've been in operation just short of 2 years by now. And our focus and our task was to make the connectivity to the adjacent countries. Because I think what is very important here is that part of the logistic 2030 vision is not just to take care of the Saudi logistics.
Yes.
It's even more so to take care of the adjacent countries. Let's take a snap just at the Red Sea. We, Folk Maritime, have now coverage from each Jeddah port to any port in the Red Sea, all the way down from Aden, Djibouti, all the way up until Sokna and Aqaba. That's part of the vision, because we need to become the hub for all the cargo that moves in that space. And that is suddenly much, much more complicated. And we can only do that if we have local partners. And we need to find local partners who have partners in all of these countries, because otherwise it's not going to work. So what we have seen from a Folk perspective, we have invested in our network. We have invested a lot in people, because we came as a new industry that did not have a lot of manpower and skill available in the local market. We are now building that scale up, and we are seeing that from other partners in the private sector who are building up that capability. Perhaps just a few points of them. If we go back to Jeddah, I'm mentioning Jeddah because they're a little bit ahead of Dammam in the development of that sector. That they have already invested heavily in warehousing. They've invested in trucking capacity. They're investing in software. So they're already building that capability to become the hub, not just for Saudi Arabia, but for the whole region. Same goes for Dammam, where you have a facility, and soon we can also start building that for at least the upper Gulf. And then we are coming much closer to the 2030 vision.
Thank you, Paul. Mohammed, I want to come back to you. It's in the name, PIF Private Sector Forum, right? What are we doing to, for lack of a better term, crowd in more private sector? And how are we working with the private sector to expand reliability, service quality, and of course, the C word, capacity?
I think there are many levels, to mention two at least. So, number one, there is what PIF, in collaboration with the portfolio companies, is doing, rightfully so, through what we call the local content policies and the local content programs. Every portfolio company either already established their program and policies, or it's a work in progress. These programs are excellent platforms and doors for the private sector to come explore opportunities with the portfolio companies to be part of the portfolio company journey, which is associated to the national vision journey as well. So this is the first level. Now, the other level, which would be even broader, the private sector, at the end of the day, you're a supplier, you're a customer, you're an operator, among so many other roles. Given the extensive role of the portfolio companies of laying down the foundations for the logistics services and the connectivity, we are inviting the private sector to come, invest, capitalize on all these opportunities and traction that is happening in the kingdom as of one, but also to treat Saudi as we aspire for it. It's a global logistics hub. So come and consider to have your regional operations or global operations to pass through the kingdom or to operate from within the kingdom as well.
Thank you. Dr. Bashar, could you give us the SAR perspective on private sector collaboration, synergy?
Sure. We're focusing actually in two areas with the support of PIF and the Ministry of Transport and Logistics as well. One is localization. Yes. So every possible opportunity where localization is possible, sustainable, we're supporting this. We're encouraging the private sector to invest in local capabilities, on establishing manufacturing facilities and so on. That's one. Secondly, we're also supporting our partners from the private sector to unlock many national initiatives. There are certain funds, programs, and so on that could really support and expedite the private sector participation and investment and ensure their success. So this is what we're trying to do with partnership with many national entities.
Excellent, thank you. And from Global Ports, what does this look like?
I think we're doing it, we're going about it a little bit differently. I think there's three areas, and hopefully I can cover on all three of them. I think the first one is that we want to see how can we expand our interfaces in with particularly the likes of SAR, so we can have a seamless linking into Riyadh, right? So we're open to looking at some of these intermodal facilities and these local depots, etc., that are around the kingdom, that we can actually see, okay, how can we facilitate with local players that we can, using rail as a modal transport, link that to the deep sea ports of the East Coast, right? Yes. The second one is we're busy right now with developing a free zone, right, which is 1 million square meters. The first phase of that free zone will bring about 300,000 square meters of A-grade warehousing into the market.
Rob, two finger if I may interrupt. You used the word special economic zone earlier. Free zone. For anybody that's new to the kingdom, please.
Yes, apologize for this. I think actually what we are looking for is a special economic zone. However, the application process and that is actually ongoing at the moment, and we are subject to those processes. We are optimistic about that, but still we have to make sure that we are compliant and that we get the regulatory signs off, etc. So my apologies, I'm using those words interchangeably, but let's go back to the special economic zone, right? So we will have 1 million square meters special economic zone, and of that we are now looking at a first phase of 300,000 square meters of grade A warehousing. We have a phase 2 that is also coming on stream with that, right? So as soon as we actually get the uptake, we're going to do that. However, we actually want to take it beyond that. We want to see how far can we actually take that idea. But the concept about this is not that we want to take risk in this ourselves. We actually want to invite local logistics players to invest in that warehousing themselves. So we will create the infrastructure, we will build the roads, we will build the access to the electricities, we will build the fencing and the gates, etc. And we'll invite local players to actually come in and develop the warehouses themselves. And so that's the second area of how we want to do it. And I think the third part that we have is we have what we call the SGP Academy, Saudi Global Ports Academy. And that is for us to actually look at I know there are other academies across the kingdom. There is a marine services, there's a logistics academy, but we think that there's actually a shortage of port services, right? So we are working with Mawani at the moment to actually develop the curriculum further, that we can actually establish a SGP academy that can actually roll that out. And hopefully at some point in time, we'll also be able to engage with the Ministry of Education to get some of those courses certified in terms of the public. So we're doing it in a number of different ways.
Excellent, thank you. Paul?
Yeah, so from our perspective, I mean, my view is that the logistic is so complicated that you cannot become the master of all the elements. So our philosophy is to team up with the experts in each of the field. So what we'll be looking up to, and I'm looking here, but Tariq is sitting here, we will open up our own organization for Saudi Arabia, which will give a complete different perspective towards our customers, both current and new customers. And we'll be focused much more on logistic offerings and last mile and all the way into distribution. But we will not do it ourselves. We understand what we are good at, and we want to find the partners that are good at the different steps in that chain, being that distribution, being that warehousing. We want to team up and then build a product that is what the customers need. So in order to do that, it's not beyond the individual physical capabilities. We also want to team up with companies who has the same vision as we have on digital and tech, because we need to make sure that we can deliver on visibility towards our customers all through those different steps that we have in the chain. So we are looking very much forward. We have been building our organization the last 1.5 years. Now we are ready to go full scale in the logistics services in Saudi Arabia. And we're going to do that through Tariq and his team, but with local partners. So we really are looking forward to that.
Thank you, Paul. As many of you know, time is a cruel opponent, remains undefeated. So we're going to do a division of labor now. I'd just like to ask if we could have just maybe a couple of examples of port or logistics operators that are opening up their value chain to private investors and partners. Who wants to maybe take this first? And then I have a question that sort of integrates land, sea, and air thereafter. Mohammed, you want to go first?
Absolutely. So we talked about one part of this, right, which is the local content programs and the welcoming of the private sector to play a major role in collaborating and utilizing this significant investment in the infrastructure of logistics.
Yes.
Moreover, there are still plenty and wealth of opportunities, especially when it comes to utilizing this infrastructure in terms of rendering services.
Yes.
Not to name names, but recently, if you watch the news and follow the logistic news, there has been multiple investments, significant ones, from the private sector, both the global logistic players and the local and regional logistic players, whether in turning Saudi into an air freight hub, yes, connecting the kingdom with Asia, with China, and with Asia, with Europe, and the States in direct trips, yes, whether it is also significant investments in the logistic parks and the grade A warehouses, which is the top where in the previous session, MOTLS representative did mention that we want to double down on this type of investment. Many more to come as well.
Great, thank you. Who'd like to come in with a very specific, concrete example of value chain opportunities in your space?
I mean, maybe
going.
Maybe I'll go
Please.
one. I mean, at the moment, we've only recently taken over the multi-purpose terminals on the East Coast, right? And I think the first period was focused on stabilizing the actual activities and getting our feet under the table. But what the next phase of that journey is we're now starting to engage with customers, and we're realizing that those customers have some specific infrastructural needs in and around the port itself. Yes. So there are actually two specific customers that, I think it's a bit too early to disclose their names, but they're significant players within the kingdom that we are engaging with, because we actually have we're in a fortunate position that we have a fairly strong balance sheet. And we are happy as our business to take risk in developing infrastructure in and around the ports themselves, right? And that is not necessarily the focus of it. Might be a grain handler or a ro-ro activity, right? That's not their core business. That's our core business. But so we're starting to come with these, and we're starting to engage with the customers and to understand what is their needs, and we are happy to take that risk and put it onto our balance sheet. And I think that's just part of this idea of evolving the ecosystem and extending it more to learn and understand about what the customer's needs are. Yeah.
Excellent, thank you. Dr. Bashar, Paul, could you maybe come in just to slowly tie a knot on the conversation? We have various land, sea, and air representations here. What can we do to unlock efficiency through more collaboration? Collaboration came up earlier. What can be done?
Let me first comment on your previous question and give a specific example. Rail logistics centers. In the past, we did have only one dry port that serves Dammam and Riyadh, or connect Dammam and Riyadh ports together. Over the past 3 years, we have established several logistics centers, one in Kharj, one in Harad, one in Dammam, another one in Jubail, all of which are being either developed and operated by the private sector. Yes. This only happened over the past 3 years or even less. But this shows how we believe in the private sector involvement and the added value the private sector can bring to the logistics performance at the country as a whole. That's one. In terms of the integration between the different logistic players, let's say, I think it's essential. Yes. It's mandatory if we are to achieve the full potential that we are planning for. Yes. You cannot work in isolation. To give an example, something we're doing with many of our colleagues here, we're moving goods from ship to train, all over to the truck, so door to door, that we are providing as an offering to our clients and customers. Yes. Unless we have such complete service being provided to the client, I think we will struggle in really providing value to our clients. Of course, technology, digital platforms are an important element of ensuring this success. I think nationwide there is a logistic platform that I think was established recently, 2-3 years ago. It's improving, and I encourage everyone to search, log into this platform and see the opportunities available over it.
Thank you. Paul, last word to you.
Yeah, so what I see here as the biggest opportunity is on the digital side, on tech, because what I'm seeing here is that the whole world, including customers in Saudi Arabia and adjacent, they're all hungry for visibility. They want to know where is my cargo. They want to be able to plan well in ahead. And what I'm seeing here is that we are all building shipping, transportation. We have all invested our IT infrastructure on execution. How can we execute? We have not taken the view of the customers. What does the customer need? And one of the things that I'm seeing here, there's a lot of digital, there's a lot of software knowledge in Saudi Arabia that can help bind all our software together and create state-of-the-art visibility. Because at the end of the day, that's what the customers want. And if we can create this collectively, then we are going to have a winning team that it will be very, very hard. And it will pull off all the physical that comes behind it. So digital, and I would love to see some of the young up-and-coming small startups in that field that can help create something unique when it comes to visibility.
Thank you. We started with one word, we'll end with one word. The single biggest thing you're looking forward to in 2026? Go, Mohammed.
End-to-end integration.
End-to-end integration. A long one-word hyphen, please.
Speed and decision making.
Speed and decision making.
I'm not going to obey you. I'm going to go back to alliteration. If we could just align, act, and achieve.
Please.
For me, it's when we are opening up our organization in Saudi Arabia, which I know will make a huge difference to our customers.
Great. Based on what you heard, everybody agrees that Saudi Arabia will reach its top 10 status in 2030. Correct? Everybody agrees? Does anybody disagree? No. On that note, I'd like to thank our distinguished speakers. Please approach them and search for those opportunities and those entry points. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And can we move off the stage, if you don't mind, just while we meet everyone, because I know this is a great opportunity and we really want you to make the most of it. But if we could move to the side so that we can keep the sessions going. There is so much opportunity in the room today. And talking of which, fireside chat is next. This is the private sector opportunities. Now moving through to the metals and mining sector. We've moved from land, sea and air, and now we're moving into the mining sector. We're going to look at the growing role of the private sector within this ecosystem. And of course, the conversation will very much put the spotlight on the localization of success stories that we were hearing about there. And of course, within that, Marden will be talking about its supply chain and exploring how PIF is enabling domestic and international partnerships as well as they take part in Marden's ambitious growth strategy, while we see that driving demand for localized products and services. The stage is free. We are now going to take place. This is my chance now to jump on the stage with my panelists. And if I could call Alex Dimitriou, the head of energy and materials at PIF, to join me here on the stage, and Abdullah Al-Osaimi, the senior VP of procurement and business support at Marden. Gentlemen, lovely to see you. Please make yourself comfortable. And I'm going to be good and press the stopwatch so that we stay on time, because I can only tell myself off. So I think, Abdullah, I'll start with you first, because when I was chatting to you, the numbers that you were giving me, we were hearing in the last panel about the growth in this sector, but you were telling me Marden has a mandate to grow 10 times its current size by 2040.
Yeah.
You were the third largest contributor to GDP, now you're the second largest, so you're already on that trajectory. So talk us through what is driving that. And of course, we have many people in the room here from the private sector that are keen to know how to access it. So talk about how they can participate.
Thank you very much.
شكرا جزيلا. أعتقد أنه ليس
Gold now is
مفاجأة لأي أحد بأنه أصبح الوضع
becoming an essential, not anymore a pillar. It's a cornerstone for any economy, global economy, and especially in Saudi Arabia. It's an opportunity that we just touch the surface of. And Saudi Arabia, looking at this seriously, it is becoming one of the richest areas for minerals, identified as a, let's say, an undiscovered area for a long time, an opportunity that been not looked at, and now it is an opportunity for Ma'aden and the kingdom to go for the minerals, supporting not only the economy of Saudi Arabia, but also the globe. Everything you touch, there is a mineral related to it, especially with the new technologies. Electrical cars, electronics, even now, even the military devices all requires a lot of minerals, and we have a lot of them in Saudi Arabia. Ma'aden is the, let's say, the front runner in Saudi Arabia, and we have a very ambitious target to achieve 10 times our current EBITDA, referring to 2024, which is one of the largest and most strong, or let's say, highest strategic objectives, not only for a company like Ma'aden, but also within the kingdom. And we are aiming to get that by 2040. In order for us to reach there, we are launching, and we launched the largest exploration program ever made on globe. You can imagine that.
And what gives you confidence to do that? Because these are big numbers, and we know the kingdom is ambitious, and we know that it hits those ambitions. So what drove you to launch that?
So we already have a lot of input. When you do the exploration, you don't just do exploration out of nothing. So there are a potentiality already been identified. And what we are doing, we are unearthing this potentiality and bringing it to the market. But the only thing required from us, different than any previous exercise that we are doing, is to make it accelerated and make it in the market faster than anybody else. So we are just unearthing what is available right now. So it's a fact, not anymore fiction. And we are, in order for us to use what we are exploring and discovering, we are launching one of the largest CapEx programs ever, more than 400 billion Saudi riyals in the coming decade, just to utilize what we are aiming to achieve for.
Now, Alex, your great friend sat next to you, is hand in hand with that, being based at the PIF. And
we are the muscles and they are the money.
Oh, I like it. Muscles and money. So we all need a bit of money. We all need a bit of cash, Alex. So how are you working with Ma'aden? And perhaps equally, if not more importantly, there's a number of people here from the private sector. How are you allowing them, or helping them, not allowing them, to get a bite of this huge pie that is growing so quickly?
So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, first of all. Nothing would have been possible if it wasn't for the fantastic collaboration we have with Ma'aden, Abdullah and his team. I'd like to start by saying that what we're experiencing, what we're witnessing today in the metals and mining sector in the kingdom today is unprecedented. We have a $2.5 trillion untapped geological endowment, backed by an aggressive vision, a vision to make metals and mining the second largest contributor to industrial GDP, leadership, and scale, coupled with global trade volatility. You have a very interesting opportunity at a global scale. And this is the opportunity that we're actually showcasing for the private sector today. The PIF is covering the metals and mining sector through mainly three portfolio companies, Ma'aden, Hadid, and Manara. And this is how we try to play a critical role in shaping the metals and mining agenda. On the other hand, the PIF is focused, among others, on achieving escape velocity. What we mean by escape velocity is basically the point in time after which, ideally, the metals and mining sector will be able to grow sustainably on a standalone basis. And we try to achieve this in two ways. One, by working very closely with portfolio companies, including Ma'aden, to extract hidden value by localizing the supply chains, focusing on creating jobs, building capacity, R&D, talent upskilling and beyond. And secondly, creating synergies with other portfolio companies and the broader ecosystem. And the second way is by actually working on value chains, on the ecosystem, to pull out those white spaces, those gaps that could be attractive for the private sector. As such, this extensive exercise has produced a few very interesting results, which we've bucketed into really four categories: upstream, midstream, supply chain, and infrastructure. Just a few examples of opportunities that we have, that we're currently working on and will be, let's say, pitching to the private sector include, in the upstream space, we have mining-related infrastructure, we have industrial infrastructure. In supply chain, given Ma'aden's extensive growth program, aluminum, gold are center stage. On the aluminum front, we have caustic soda, coal tar pitch, calcined petcoke, and beyond. On gold, we have sodium cyanide.
So these are the bankable opportunities that people can laser focus in, because I know people will be writing down out there, right, who to approach, because you want to get the right people in the right place. You know, we've laid out really well there the ecosystem. So, sorry, I interrupted you. These are the buckets that people can invest in.
Non-exhaustive. These are just indicative. Of course, hopefully, you'll stick around for the next 1.5 days, but we have to have discussions with you and listen to your concerns, any opportunities you'd like to explore in depth.
We have more than a lot of opportunities, big opportunities available in our website. In Ma'aden, there is a program called Tharwa, where you will find these big opportunities. But this is just one element of it. The bigger opportunity is the rest of services and manufacturing that is going to support that growth. If people hear me right, we are planning, and we will do, inshallah, 10 times the growth in Ma'aden. And that requires, we cannot do it alone. The only difference that we will change is that we were looking for partners. And there is a big difference between suppliers and partners. A huge difference. And we will not continue anymore asking for people to bring spares to Ma'aden and Saudi Arabia. We are looking for partners who can contribute in local content, who can manufacture, who will generate an economy for Saudi Arabia, who will generate for the next generation jobs. This is an opportunity of a lifetime, and we will not make the same mistakes we happened before. We will utilize it, and we will make sure the ones who is becoming our partners, first come, what they say, first come who? First serve. We say first come, first deserve. So you come to us and invest in Saudi Arabia, you will have the upper hand and getting part of that growth. We need partners. And we are in a commodity business. That means we want to improve the supply chain. The session before us was talking about supply chain. So what is supply chain? If it's not next door, you are reducing that risk. If they are not next door, you are under risk. You're under the mercy of others. In order for us to become one of the top giants in the mining industry, we need our partners next door.
And I think to just rewind a little bit, we haven't got much time left, but you already do have a massive partner within your business, so it's very much part of your culture to work with third bodies. And when we think about services, that's a pretty broad scope in terms of the multiplier effect that mining has on an economy, or beyond the economic benefits. It might be worth just sort of talking about that a little bit to show there's even more opportunity than just direct mining interaction.
In the mining industry in Saudi Arabia, it's still baby steps, in my opinion. Other countries, they are far ahead than us. And this is an opportunity for everybody in technology, in equipment, in mining services, in laboratories. Everything you just imagine, you will find it in mining. It is very new in Saudi Arabia. It's a great opportunity for those who can come and serve us. We're sending samples to thousands of miles away. These samples can be, tested and available next door to us. And this is, I'm talking of millions. I'm not talking thousands of Saudi Riyals, millions of Saudi Riyals. And we're not going to be anymore going to waste it. Technology is a big piece of that. In order for us to become fast and grow in an industry like the mining, we cannot do business as used before. So we will depend on technology heavily. We are going to be partners with the guys who will bring AI. I cannot imagine my working every day without AI. One day AI will replace me, but it's not going to be until I will make sure it is after my retire, not now.
And we'll look at that because I want you to look ahead in a second. But Alex, this is a bit like an industrial dating room at the moment. So what does the ideal partner look like in terms of PIF within this ecosystem?
I think that's the trillion-dollar question, really. But in my humble opinion, there is no right or wrong. There is no ideal. Partnership really depends on each and every investor's personal risk-return profile, investment strategy, investment criteria, even the business case itself. We've witnessed a lot of OEMs, a lot of investors entering the country for the first time on a standalone basis. We've also seen many investors coming in through joint ventures, which is one of the usual suspects. But honestly, I think it's taking a step back, it's really about ensuring, for example, in the case of joint ventures, interest alignment. It's about ensuring cultural alignment. It's about ensuring proper risk mitigation, ensuring the joint venture is mapped correctly in terms of its business scope and its geographic scope. And all of this, of course, can be depicted in diligently drafted and structured transaction documents and ancillary documents.
So that leaves it to Abdullah to do the heavy lifting. Give us an example of that so people can sort of see how a successful partnership takes place. Give us some examples of things that worked very well to enable you to be such a big contributor to GDP.
The most important example I can share with you is the power of people, the communities that we work with. When Ma'aden, we are very blessed in Ma'aden that we are working all over Saudi Arabia, a lot of locations, new communities that with Ma'aden grow and become sustainable, a better economy, that Ma'aden contributes and also gain from that rich human power. So this is the first thing we are dependent on, and now we're looking at our partners who really depend on. We have a huge success story, a great one that we are very proud of in Wa'd al-Shamal. Go to Wa'd al-Shamal and see what is before Ma'aden 2016 and after 2016. It's totally different. We are very proud of the people there. They are contributing in Saudi Arabia economy. Their kids, their next generations are one of the top 10 high school graduates in Saudi Arabia. All was possible because we opened up a new chapter there. We want to duplicate Wa'd al-Shamal in all over Saudi Arabia. Technologies, as I mentioned earlier, is something very new to Saudi Arabia, and a lot of our young generation, they're looking for it. We have partnered with some technology providers, especially in AI and exploration. We're bringing these technology providers here in Saudi Arabia. They are now here available. They invested money with us, and now they are educating and training and developing our young Saudi engineers, and also making sure that the graduates from the universities are joining those technology providers. So they are here, they are contributing. We have reduced the exploration. You hear about exploration, you think exploration, it takes 1 year, 2 years. It's just dig, find gold, and go. It takes an average up to 17 years for a mine to be productive. 17 years. I couldn't believe it. I just joined Ma'aden 4 years ago, and I couldn't believe there is something wrong. There is either 7 or 10 or something wrong. No, it takes 17 years. Ma'aden managed with the technology to reduce that to 7. 10 years off. Why? Because we are using technologies. Where are these technologies? They were outside Saudi Arabia, now they are in Saudi Arabia, and they are helping us to become one of the leaders in the mining business. And this is how we achieve, you mentioned, there's a lot of numbers. Do we back up these numbers with actions? Yes.
And sustainability. Now we're running out of time, so I can only give you one line, but all of that technology and things that you've talked about there have also literally drilled down into your sustainability practice, where you're setting templates not only here in the kingdom but globally as well.
Yeah. Where we live, we are living here in Saudi Arabia. Sustainability is essential. We are working to enrich the environment, not to destroy it, because we live here. And this is the beauty when you work in your country, when you work among your people. You are making sure you don't destroy. And this is what one of the commitments that Ma'aden is doing and committing to. So we are developing the environment, making sure, as you know, industry of mining is very, very difficult industry. So we require new technologies, and we are launching for energy efficiency. We are launching water efficiency and water treatment technologies. We are also launching the waste. We have a lot of waste that can be utilized and become potential for some other industries. I know we are working with our friends in PIF in one of these waste areas, waste outputs that really can be later on economically used and become a new business for the people. We are not in that business, but that could be something investors get into.
So it's literally so much scope. I wanted to leave you with the last word, Alex, but I think I'm going to be in trouble. But just for those out there, maybe in one line, I know they can approach you in your booths and come and see you, but what do people need to know to make that connection with the PIF and then into this sector?
I think Abdullah has done a great job marketing the opportunity in Ma'aden. Facts and figures, $2.5 trillion geological endowment, second largest contributor to industrial GDP, visionary leadership, scale. Saudi has a springboard to the region and the rest of the world. I can't stress enough, the time is now. We're seeing unbelievable interest coming in. We have large corporates, financial investors writing multi-billion-dollar checks. So early mover, first mover, we're here to support you. Anything you need will be around our booths. And of course, even after Private Sector Forum, we're here to support you.
Also, the team can address our guys in the booth for Ma'aden, plus the website where you will find thorough program. It's part of local content.
So you are open for business on all channels. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us today. Otherwise, they're going to throw us off the stage. Abdullah, it was a great pleasure. Alex, as always, thank you so much, gentlemen. And I am sure you will have many people wanting to catch up with you. We move apace onto the masterclass now, adopting modern mining technology. Here we're going to look at exploring those mining technologies and how indeed they are shaping the sector from exploration all the way through production. We're going to be looking at advanced analytics, digital tools and research partnerships, all to improve that all-important productivity and sustainability that we were talking about there, and indeed competitiveness as well. I would like to welcome to the stage our speakers for this section, Layla Al-Habsi, the Mineral Resources Development Programme's Deputy Manager at the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources. Welcome. Munif Al-Munif, the Managing Director of New Lab. And George Turkiye, the research professor from computational science at KAUST. Enjoy, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes? Okay, great. All right.
Thank you. Sorry.
No, you're not mic'd up. You're not on.
Oh.
No, nothing. None of us. Oh, yeah.
Okay, better? Great. So good afternoon, everyone. This discussion is going to be short, so I'll get straight to the point. Mining is one of the most capital-intensive and traditionally old-school sectors in the global economy. For decades, competitive advantage came from access to resources, scale, and operational discipline. Today, those fundamentals still matter, but they are no longer enough. Increasingly, innovation itself is becoming the competitive advantage in mining. That changes how the private sector invests, how it operates, and how it competes. The conversation today is about why innovation matters now, why legacy sectors like mining struggle to invest in it, what needs to change for innovation to translate into real competitive advantage as well. So, to give you a little background on that, mining is a legacy sector by design. It is optimized for long asset lives, risk control, and capital protection. But the pressure it faces today is different. Mining now competes on speed, intelligence, adaptability, and transparency, not just access and scale. From a regulatory perspective, we see this shift clearly across productivity expectations, ESG performance, and data-driven decision-making. The question is no longer whether innovation matters, but whether companies treat it as a core to competitiveness or as a side activity. George, there is often a perception that advanced innovation, particularly AI, supercomputing, and simulation, sits outside this region. From KAUS's perspective, how accurate is that? And what innovation capabilities do we have in the kingdom that the mining sector could leverage today?
Thank you. So it lives in the region. Let's start with that. So KAUS, being sort of one of the eminent research universities in the region, has a number of state-of-the-art facilities to bring to the picture. As a university, we bring sort of two important things that don't exist anywhere really. One is equipment. So we have state-of-the-art computer facilities. So we have Shaheen 3 in its third version now. It's the largest supercomputer in the region, 2,800 GPUs, ready to train some very large models that we will need. We also have a beautiful set of facilities for imaging, 3D building of models, as well as experimental things. I'm not an experimental person myself, but there's a whole suite of imaging, X-ray devices for doing things. So we have a lot of facilities. That's what the university has, a rich set of facilities with the staff trained to use them well. We also have the human element. So we have research centers that train graduate students and postdocs to directly contribute and move to the economy and put those state-of-the-art sort of findings in practice.
So to build on that, how do these capabilities translate into practical mining use cases? For example, exploration intelligence or even digital mine twins?
Yeah, so on exploration, of course, exploration is a funny business because it really requires sort of many modalities to come together. It's very rare that you have one modality that has such a strong signal that, tells us there is a finding here. Often you get signals from many different modalities, a little bit from hyperspectral, a little bit from magnetic, a little bit from gravity, a little bit from some geochem data. And the trick is to put all this stuff together. So it's by combining sort of subtle signals from many different modalities. Not one of them is that determinate. Not one of them tells us, oh, this is it. There is no silver bullet in this business, really. But the challenge is to put together all this, and putting this together requires a lot of sort of supercomputing capabilities, really, both on the data side to put all this data together and be able to infer information from it. So that's one place where, for example, sort of our AI models, they're being trained on gigantic data sets from very different modalities in the hope of detecting, putting together these faint halos from different images to get a strong and meaningful signal for exploration, for example. On the operations side, you mentioned digital twin. Digital twins for mining I think are the next step. Many other industries have adopted digital twins. Factories have digital twins for their factories, where there is a model that is continuously being updated from all the data that comes from the factory floor, and that planners can use to decide what they need to do next. Why can't we do this for mines on a large scale? There is no reason. There is so much equipment in a mine. There is all this data is being collected. Why is it not fed directly to a 3D geometric model that knows the geology, that it's getting updated with the slopes? Drones can fly and update what's happening. We can weigh the trucks that are leaving the mine. So there is data that continuously can be fed to have this live replica of what's happening, and then we can use it for planning for what to do next. So, and the technology for that does exist, and that's what the university brings to the table.
So based on what you're saying, capability is definitely not the constraint.
Right.
The kingdom has invested heavily in talent, infrastructure, and applied research. This is all aligned with its national initiatives that focus on building foundations first, before expecting large-scale adoption of technologies. Munif, mining is optimized for stability rather than experimentation. From your experience at New Lab, why do legacy sectors like mining struggle to invest in innovation, even when the technology clearly exists?
So first of all, it's a pleasure to be here. You've exactly said it. It's a legacy sector. For the past 40 years, this sector has been operating a certain way. It's required certain capital allocation to do exploration activities and mining activities, whether in the kingdom or globally. And what we've seen in the past is that if it's working, then don't fix it, don't break it.
Yes.
But then we're seeing also a lot of appetite from different stakeholders here. We're seeing appetite from Ma'aden, the national mining champion here in the kingdom. You've heard the panel right before this where they were talking about applying innovation. So there is a business need to actually apply innovation. It's just sometimes because of the capital intensity of the mining sector, it becomes sometimes difficult to allocate or appropriate certain amount of funding to actually test new technologies.
Correct.
Particularly when it's not been proven yet, you need to build a track record, you need to make sure that it's working. No one wants to do something that will actually create some sort of a downstream risk in the future. So I think that's what we've seen in terms of why there was some sort of a lag in terms of technology adoption.
Definitely. And this is why ecosystem-based approaches, such as the mining studio that was funded by the ministry as well, it matters, right? Because they provide access to real data, real assets, and real customers. They make innovation investments safer and more commercially viable. So if you look at it from a system perspective, this is about reducing uncertainty. So legacy sectors like mining do not lack ideas. They often lack safe pathways to invest in innovation without disrupting core operations.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'd like to pose this question to the both of you. If capability exists through institutions like KAUST and translation platforms exist through ecosystems like NewLab, why does the private sector adoption still lag in some cases? And before you answer that, I'd like to probe a little more. Do you believe the friction is mainly about risk appetite, or that the leadership is comfortable with old school operating models?
Go ahead.
George.
I think at least you mentioned the mining studio. So just to give some perspective, the mining studio comprises of several stakeholders that are both public sector and private sector. There has to be that government push and public sector push in terms of let's actually apply innovation within the mining sector and also the industrial sector.
Yeah.
But given the mining being, let's say, one of those legacy sectors that needed to evolve, particularly, we've spoken about this before and we've heard it several times. It takes 10 to 15 to 17 years to develop a typical copper mine here in the kingdom and globally. And everyone's appetite is, can we shorten that period? Can we make it more efficient? Having a government push to say, okay, you need to explore new technologies to bring that timeline down, will create some sort of an incentive program so that you can actually apply these new technologies. That's helped a lot in the mining studio. The national champion, the moment Ma'aden started becoming more and more interested in applying innovation, the Saudi Geological Survey, ISNAD, the mining services company, all of them, once they started piloting different technologies, then you started seeing more appetite from the private sector, from the junior miners, the service providers, all of them wanting to actually apply innovation within their services and operations. So I would say if there was a lag, there shouldn't be a lag as we move forward. I really think that in the next couple of years, you will see a lot of the junior miners applying new different technologies, especially if there's this governmental push in that space as well.
Definitely. I think we're at a very unique position here at the Kingdom to be able to build our mining sector as tech-driven.
Exactly.
Yeah. George, yeah. I'd like to hear your side.
Yeah, and I agree a lot with this because innovation is a funny business. Innovation, everybody wants to innovate. Innovation is viewed as a good thing, but there's always a question, what is the return on the investment? There is often sort of a steep learning curve, steep investment before one can benefit from the fruits of a new technology. Take, for example, AI-assisted exploration. So a company will need to organize organizes data. Often it's unstructured, parse whatever needs to be parsing, and with the hope, with the expectation that this is going to reduce the uncertainty you're talking about. And it's not always clear ahead of time whether, and that's a substantial investment in people and money, and it's not always clear ahead of time whether this is going to pay off. This is where I think these efforts like Mining Studio and the other efforts that the ministry is doing or SGS is doing in building data analytics platforms that then junior miners and other parties can come and use and build on top of, and use them as the basis for building their specialized products with their own data. So I think platforms like this hopefully will be online. I think there are efforts in this direction. Within a year or so, we're going to have these things, and this could help sort of onboard and reduce that friction, like in your words, we find a safe path for junior companies to use innovation in their activities.
Definitely. From the ministry's perspective, innovation is increasingly a part of how we think about long-term sustainability and long-term competitiveness in the sector. We're not really looking at certain technologies or specific technologies, but we look at how companies are forward-looking in terms of productivity, sustainability, and most importantly, resilience. So for us, if I could sum it up, not investing in innovation is also a strategy, but it's a riskier one. In closing, if innovation is now a core source of competitive advantage in mining, what is the one thing the private sector mining companies can get right for the next 5 years to stay competitive?
I think if one is mining a company right now, probably organizing one's data. Sort of having a data strategy is sort of important. We are, I think it's inevitable that we're entering an area where to be competitive, one has to mine all the data, to use the double sense of the word too. We're going to have to use all the data we have. So we have to organize it properly and be ready for AI to present insights and patterns and extract meaningful information from it. So having a proper data strategy, I think, is the way to go. Otherwise, at least the adoption of AI technology will encounter some friction.
I think to complement that, having a data strategy is one part, but then having the right human capital, a trained human capital to be able to leverage that data and be able to build algorithms and start actually applying different AI methods and machine learning methods is definitely going to be helpful in the long term for those companies, and that's definitely going to be something that they might be getting right in the future, and a willingness to actually apply technology and see where it actually takes them.
Great. Well, from our perspective, our role is to create conditions for innovation. And the Kingdom has invested in capability, infrastructure, and ecosystems. We believe that innovation is no longer optional in mining. It is how competitiveness will be decided. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, very nice.
Shall I just say? Thank you so much for that amazing panel. Gave us loads of insight. Thank you, George. Certainly learned a lot about data organization and things that are going to make a big difference to the mining industry. Also, incredibly interesting how we're hearing about those timelines being crushed. You heard it first with Martin just a few moments ago, pushing that down to 10 years. And it sounds like those lags are going to be reduced even further, given what we were hearing here today. And also data organization is super, super important. A data strategy, I think, is going to be at the center of the future of mining, as well as many other industries as well. And the importance of return on investment versus innovation as well, and that balance taking place. We're super excited about our next panelists. They're in the back getting mic'd up, so I'm going to introduce you and let you know what you can looking forward to, but they will be here in just a minute or two time. As you can see, we have lots of panelists for you. This one is shifting up gears. We've been in mining, we've been in the air, we've been on the land and the sea and everywhere else. Now we're moving to something else that's dear to our hearts, and that's food and the halal industry. So this is about market opportunity and the evolution of the halal sector. We're going to be looking particularly at the growth, the global growth in that sector and how it's being facilitated. And the discussion will provide overviews of the emerging trends and indeed opportunities that are possible there and the evolving landscape in terms of certification and standards as well. So the panelists are going to access and examine the market access and trade opportunities, and also again dipping back into technology, the importance of digitalization and e-commerce and the growing importance of sustainability, and of course everybody looking at those supply lines and the social responsibility as well, and the future growth that will create for the halal ecosystem. So we're just waiting for those panelists to pop by today, just to introduce them to you. I think they're just coming through the door shortly. We will have Rashid Rashid, he's the founder and managing director of Aldela Food Production Company. We'll have Fahad Al Nuhayd, the chief executive officer of Halal Product Development, and Makinos Molina, the chief executive of BRF Arabia, and Badr Alujan. He is from the Food and Agriculture, and he is a board member. They are all going to be ably moderated by Nasser Alisa. He is from Rothschild & Co. Saudi Arabia. He's the managing director and CEO. So he'll all be joining us shortly. And we're just waiting for word for them to come. So bear with us, and we'll be back in just a couple of minutes' time when we know, we know they're in the building, we know they're being mic'd up, so they'll be with you just shortly. So heads up on the halal sector. Promised you your next panelist, and they zoomed through, so we're just taking seats here, and I will just let Nasser pick up now where I left off to introduce the panelists and everything they have to say. So Nasser, over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I think we have panelists saying hello.
لا يا أخوي الله يسلمك المفروض أنت تكون بمكان الحين.
تفضل بدر.
آسف.
حياك. Okay, so I know we have a limited time, so we'll start with a quick introduction to our esteemed panelists, covering the subject of the market opportunity and the evolution of the halal sector. I start here with my left. Hui Badr, if you'd like to introduce yourself.
My name is Badr Al-Ojan. I am a board member, full-time board member in different companies. And I am a board member in Al Jof development company. I used to be and Safola Food as a CEO. I am in Intaj and Salik and other companies, milling. So I am in the food,
the food ecosystem,
yes,
which is going to be very important when we talk about the sector.
I don't know.
Please, Fahad.
مساكم الله بالخير أجمعين. فهد النحيط is.
Good evening, everyone here.
All my life is within the investment and finance field. I have over 20 years experience within multi-sectors, including food, pharma, cosmetic, oil and gas. Before I joined HBDC, I was the head of industrial investments and financing and funding for NEOM. We are leading HBDC, which is the newly established PIF company that it's empowering and positioning the kingdom as a halal hub.
Thank you, Fahad. Rashid.
Good afternoon. Rashid al-Rashid, an investor in the food sector, chairman of Aldela Manufacturing Company. And I'm also as the CEO of Marco. It's a construction company.
Last but not least, Marquinhos.
Hello, my name is Marquinhos Molina. I am the CEO of MBRF Arabia and also chairman of Sadia Halal. I'm living here in the kingdom, I have 1 year and a half, and leading our growth here with the Sadia brand.
Thank you, Marquinhos. Perhaps we can start with you with the first question. Obviously, the global halal economy is estimated to be more than $7 trillion globally. And we're seeing a big shift from a compliance-driven halal versus what we see as a global value in the system. So I think my question to you is, how do you see, or what is the biggest commercial opportunity in the halal sector today from your perspective?
For us in MBRF, we look the halal as our biggest growth for the next years. We have more than almost 2 million people, and it's growing twice more than the rest of the world. So we believe with our brands that is in the region for more than 50 years, with the help and the JV of HPDC and PIF, we have a big time to grow in the halal market, and not only just GCC, but also the South of Asia and now other Muslim countries. So we are looking this market as our main joy to grow for the next years.
Thank you, Marquinhos. Rashid, when you look from your perspective, from Aldela, how do you approach the halal sector in Kingdom and more broadly?
I think in food manufacturing, it's particularly hard to go abroad. You have to really think globally if you want to do that. So you have to set up shop where the market is if you want to produce and exploit those markets. And I think there's a lot of big opportunities out there that if you are able to manufacture outside of or in the region that you want to develop in, you'll be able to find good opportunities, such as Europe. There's a high growth in populations of people who consume halal products, so I think there's a huge opportunity there. Locally, I think it's quite straightforward. I don't think there's a whole lot of emphasis on halal because everything is halal. So really the strategic is mostly on the exports and developing external markets.
Very good. I think, Fahad, it would be great to get your perspective as well. Obviously, you're in the center of the halal industry. You've done an investment with Rashid. You've done an investment with Marquinhos, but you also have a wider remit when you look at reshaping the halal sector across food, but also pharma, cosmetics, and various sectors. It would be great just to give us your perspective on the wider opportunity, the wider growth, and how you see that maturing over the next 3 to 5 years.
Sure, Nasser. So if we take one step back and we look at the market size of halal, overall it's almost today at the 9 trillion SAR in 2024, expected to grow by 6% within the next couple of years. When we look at the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is the largest importer of halal products within the OIC. We come on the top of the list before UAE and other OIC countries. Last year, we imported over 140 billion SAR of foods and pharma and cosmetics that falls under halal segments. The opportunity is growing. The demand worldwide is really improving. Today, the halal products is not just for Muslims, even non-Muslims, where the belief on the quality and the assurance that halal products that can provide to consumers, in addition to hygiene, specification, and best standards. That's where PIF look at this as an opportunity. And in 2023, early in 2023, we established the operation of HPDC. HPDC works as a catalyst here, where we co-invest with local and international. Today, for example, we have Marquinhos from Sadia, PRF, where we invested with them. Today, we have 3 investments with them. We acquired together a stake in a Doha Poultry in Dammam, where we localized the first in 80 years Sadia chicken chilled is produced in the kingdom and exported. We are constructing a factory for the FBB, which will serve the largest food chains and restaurants in Saudi Arabia and Jeddah, which will be, inshallah, operating before the end of this year. And recently, where we announced you were part of that deal, Nasser, he was through Rothschild, is our main advisors, where we together we acquired Sadia Halal worldwide assets, and we are in the process now to move the head office from Dubai to Riyadh, and inshallah maybe Marquinhos will shed some lights, as he's the CEO of the company, to inshallah listed in Saudi Stock Exchange. We expect inshallah it will be one of the top companies within the food in terms of the market cap in Saudi Stock Exchange. Rashid, for example, is part of our mandate, where we invest in local producers and we introduce a new champions, local champions, that they can inshallah compete globally.
Very good. Thank you, Huifad. Coming to you, Akh Badr, on the same topic, when you look at the evolution and the growth in the sector, how do you see it from your perspective, especially that you're sitting across various businesses such as Al Jof, your involvement with Salik, and various board memberships? Would be great to also get your perspective on the opportunity and the growth in halal and wider.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على المرسلين نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. I think this is the halal market, and the halal as a segment is a very interesting market in which nowadays the growth is somewhere from 7 to 9% as a growth in this segment. And the interesting thing is that your addressable market is population of 2 billion plus. Okay, there are the Muslims who are very much aware of the halal, but then you have now non-Muslims in which they look at halal as a stamp of quality. Okay, and this is something extremely important, not from the perspective of quality only, but even from ethical. And we in the boards, we always talk about ESG and sustainability and so on and so forth. What is better than halal for sustainability? Especially if we refer to what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said في القرآن ولا تفسدوا في الأرض بعد إصلاحها. Okay? لا تفسدوا في الأرض, يعني don't ruin the earth after whatever has been done in the earth. This is part of halal. Part of halal is to make sure that you have this sustainability within the entire value chain that has been built. If you bring all of this, this is the good for the entire humanity. So we are talking about a great opportunity when there is this stamp of halal in your products. And I would like, if you allow me, maybe to connect this along with what would be the best hub for halal. I don't think, being in Saudi Arabia and the custodians of the 2 holy mosques, there is no better hub than Saudi Arabia to be the market of where halal is produced. So if you put all of these things together, then you really have the greatest opportunity. You have a market which is growing between 7 to 9%, and there is more and more people. And then you have the value chain. For example, if we talk about the animal, the feed itself, now it needs to be halal for your final products to be halal. Now even those who are into the pet food, okay, the pet food, now the consumers or the owners of the pet, they want the pet food to be halal. And this is a very interesting development in this sector. Now in southeast of Asia, in which we have Malaysia and Indonesia and so on and so forth, the pet owners, they don't want pet which is not stamped halal, which is a very interesting development in the market, which shows how big the opportunity is. I'm sorry, I took more than my time.
No, absolutely. And I think that was a very important follow-up question, that we feel that companies are underestimating the demand from the non-Muslim population that are looking for the halal stamp, for the sustainability and quality that you mentioned. So it's an interesting point.
Absolutely.
I'll come to you with a follow-up question. But let me go back to Marquinos. I think, as you look into positioning Sadia Halal, the new brand, into an IPO in Saudi in 2 years, how do you approach the next phase in the business in terms of sustainability, ethical sourcing, social responsibility? It's an important topic, I think, not just in the halal consumer expectation, but in your wider business.
Yeah, when we talk about environmental and ethic and the religious, we as a company, we have a long expertise on that. We export for more than 120 countries around the world, and 100% of our chicken is slaughtered under the halal standards. We have experience to produce for more than 50 years halal chicken, and we are the biggest chicken halal company in the world. Here in Saudi Arabia, for example, we export since '73, so it's 52 years of the brand here. And we believe this standard is the best standard to export to the world. So as Bandar said, many countries that are not Muslim are also looking for the halal standards. So these put halal in a top of high quality standard.
Oh, very good. Rashid, to you, I mean, on the topic of sustainability, ESG, we know that social is a very big part of the DNA of your business. Could you talk a little bit in 2 minutes about how you approach the social part of your business?
Absolutely. In Al-Dela, we really focus on development of the community in Sudair. We are from Sudair, and we have a close affinity to the people of Sudair, and we try to develop the local talent. We focus on women because we believe that it brings a bigger multiplier on the community, and they stay longer with the company. And we focus not only on hiring, we make sure that we develop, and we also promote and put ladies into leadership positions to help the community. And we believe that that has a big multiplier for the long-term future.
Very good.
For us and for the community as well.
Absolutely. I think we have time for maybe one question, and I think we'll ask Fahad and Badr to pick this last question. Is related to the e-commerce traceability and the digital certification of scaling halal. How would you look at this? Do you see this as a constraint or an opportunity?
It is definitely an opportunity. We did an exercise last year. We mapped the whole global market when it comes to halal logos. We found there is over 400 logos worldwide of halal. Some are issued by governmental, which is trusted. Some are issued by private sector, which is trusted. Some is just a logo. And here is where the opportunity comes with the e-commerce, with the traceability and digitalization. But I need to shed some lights for what Rashid mentioned here about the ESG. Today, HBDC is working closely with the SFDA and Halal Center, and soon we'll be announcing the new halal logo, which meets the Halal Tayyib, which is our main principles as Muslims, which is the ESG technically. And they will be the first halal logo worldwide which meets both halal and ESG, and will be from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to the world. This logo, it will be equivalent of a B Corp, etc., others of global logos. That will provide the comfort and the trust to Muslims and non-Muslims. this will differentiate. This will be the first logo that meets both drivers behind traceability and comfort when it comes to consumers. Now, that needs also to build on digitalization, builds on how can we make sure that traceability is really trusted given the technology evolvement. And that's something that we are working closely, and we think it's going to be a game changer. It will provide the trust where you can, wherever you win in the world, in a supermarket, you can scan the logo, you will know the product, where it came from, how much met in ESG score, if it's halal, non-halal, and that will be driven mainly by both of HBDC and Halal Center from Saudi Arabia to the world, inshallah.
Excellent, excellent, amazing. We'll conclude with you, Akhui Badr. On the same question around sustainability, ESG, and the next phase, what's your perspective on this subject?
Yeah, I think the sky is the limit when it comes to subjects like this. We have very interesting trends within the consumers. Now, we all, and our kids in our houses, they really care of where the product's coming from. Okay, and this is something that it seems going to continue growing. And this is, they have the accessibility through the e-commerce platforms. We retailers are always having the problems with the e-commerce and discounters. So this is going to give us a great opportunity to even further, I would say, impact into opening the new doors and all opportunities available. And this is going to provide us the very great opportunities, I would say, in all different markets.
Thank you very much. I think this concludes our time. Round of applause for our panelists, and thank you all for listening. Appreciate it. Good.
Thank you so much for running us through that sector. Absolutely fascinating. Again, another hot sector with massive growth potential, 7 to 9% there per annum, and hearing very much about the value chain there and all the opportunities. So thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us today. Now we're moving to another sector again. We're basically going to take a bit of a look across all the success stories in the industrials and logistics private sector, and really going to look at some real-world opportunities that have been taken and indeed their end-to-end journeys to help them or help you understand from idea generation to, of course, engagement with the public sector, what has taken place. So let me introduce our panelists. If we can start with the moderator of this session. We have Siba Audi from Al Sharq Bloomberg, and she will be joined on the stage by Rajiv Reddy, the Managing Director of Samvira Industries, Saleh Magani, the Chief Operating Officer of Olean Group, and Muammar Asayed, the Managing Director and CEO of Volstapin Railway Systems Saudi Arabia. So thank you for joining us today, and we look forward to sharing your stories.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you so much for coming in. And this is going to be a quick session, about 20 minutes. I'm going to take the first 20 seconds to tell you all a short poem. Would you believe? A private sector CEO once told me a very short poem, and I'd like to share it here with you. He said, "Opportunity is everywhere, but commitment is rare." That's it. So, in industrials and logistics, the difference between the two, opportunity and commitment, is actually confidence. The confidence in demand, to have confidence in the execution, and to have confidence in the ecosystem around you. What we're seeing in Saudi Arabia today is a shift from opportunity spotting to decisive private sector commitment. And this session is about the journey of 3 companies and their experience working in Saudi Arabia. Saleh, I'd like to start with you down the middle there, please. As an anchor investor, Al Rayyan sees many opportunities, but invests in few. What is that process like with you? How do you go from spotting an opportunity to finding the confidence to commit?
Thank you for inviting us here. And I think it's a great topic. When you propose to talk about localization, the reason why I said we would love to do it, because it goes into our DNA. I think having myself on a stage, I will not resist bragging that we are the first company, probably private companies, that start localization. The founder of the group 8 years ago stepped out of Aramco to start a business where it was the core and the roots of the localization. Now, taking this forward, I think we have lived all the industrial evolutions in Saudi from the time that where the industry needed the inputs, so everything was imported. So we were a conduit to bring the technology from outside to here. But very quickly we start looking at how can we add to that more than importing.
Right.
And an example of that, and I'll just talk about the energy since we are in the industrial sector, we have had businesses that support the upstream energy business in the kingdom for quite some time, whether in the repair and maintenance or this. But slowly, as the programs of ICTIVA start maturing, we looked at opportunities working closely with Saudi Aramco, and we've recently inaugurated one of our largest facility in end of December, 90,000 square meter, where we started a precision machining factory, unprecedented in the kingdom, for items that has always been imported from outside. The reason why I'm saying this is just not to brag about it, but the point is, you could as easy look at everything and say, I want to do it all, or you could look at what I call them the bottlenecks of localization.
Right.
What we do is we connect with our customers, like Saudi Aramco, like different other companies, and we look at these bottlenecks of localization, and we see how can we address them, because once you unlock this, there is a rest of the chain, of the value chain of the localization will happen. So for us, the methodology we go by is we look at our existing business, we study the value chains, we look at the gaps, and we see if there is a value that we can add it, a technology that we can bring, a capacity and investment, but this is all done in coordination with our clients to ensure there is a sync between the supply and demand.
Okay, but so what risks need to be resolved before you go from interesting to approved or committed?
The biggest risk is the demand risk, and we always talk about it because there is a plenty of opportunities that comes to everybody every day. The question, if you do not de-risk us from demand-wise, the chances of the decision being made quickly will reduce. And I tell you, the biggest problem as well, because that's a topic people not often talk about it, but if everybody in the region having a localization program, we will all be competing for diminishing scale. With that diminishing scale, if you do not guarantee to the industries that are localizing here demand, and I understand the sensitivity around off-takes and all that, but there are several ways, and I think the government did very well with the localization program by introducing what I call it pseudo off-take, by giving an incentive in the pricing, but also giving a list that local manufacturers can only buy from this list. This is how you start creating that value chain. So I think the biggest item is the technology, and everything can be resolved, but once there is a demand certainty, you could move investment faster, because that's at the end of the day what people want.
Rajiv, I saw you nodding as soon as Saleh said the biggest risk is demand. Tell us a little bit about your experience working in the kingdom and how affected are you by such risks, and how do you resolve them?
Sure. Just to set context, we are a large manufacturer of carbon products that primarily go into metal and mining industry. And essentially, our journey has been a little bit different. So we were a supplier to a PIF portfolio company for a while now. And so the demand piece was actually first sorted out. So we've been a supplier for Ma'aden for about 5-6 years now. And so we knew the demand existed. But the bigger question was, how are we able to sustainably address this demand? Right? Because if we come here and produce in the kingdom, you want to be able to, so I'm essentially cannibalizing my own supply, which is great, which is okay, but you want to be able to do it in a way that it's more economic, so that it does not add cost to my customer. So I think the nuance to demand certainty is also whether you have the capability to service the demand in a way that does not depend on, let's say, okay, you could have short-term benefits in terms of pricing premiums and localization support and so on, but eventually there has to be a clean path to profitability and a clean path for the business to stand by itself. So for us, demand was important, but the bigger aspect was making sure that the local ecosystem supports that profitability, which kind of goes into logistics, which goes into manpower, which goes into financing and so on.
Muammar, for a global manufacturer, Saudi Arabia competes with many destinations. Your choice to localize here, what was that driven by, and how has the experience been?
Thanks so much for the question. I would love to come back a little bit to the history. Actually, voestalpine was delivering I'm coming for the railway sector, different from the colleagues on the stage. We started delivering to Saudi Arabia long ago. In the 25, 27, Saudi Arabia made a decision to expand in this sector too much. And the company decided, together with a local shareholder, to build a plant in Saudi to be able to produce, to operate locally. So we are very proud this decision has been made really early. 2000.
You said 25, meaning?
25 until 27, 2010, we were operating or we were supplying to Saudi from abroad. 2012, the plant has been start operating locally, and having this step made, we managed to, I would say, supply from that day almost all railway projects in the kingdom. Example, Riyadh Metro, which I hope some of you use it already. All turnout installed in Riyadh Metro has been produced, assembled, delivered from the local plant, which is in Riyadh. The same apply for SAR network, for the Haramain railway, and we were able to do so by being present, operating locally.
Okay, so what prompted that? What encouraged you to localize?
So being local, you will be very close to the customer from even before the project is awarded. So you can speak to the customer about the challenges. So being in Saudi Arabia, we know also the climatic challenges in the Saudi. And for us being a part of a big group, I mean, voestalpine is producing for railway since 160 years plus. So what we are doing, we are really gathering all the experience from the global, the best of it fitting to Saudi Arabia, and we are promoting it to Saudi, to SAR railway operator in Saudi Arabia. And luckily, it is really bringing a lot of added value in terms of life cycle, maintenance cost, all those availability, a lot of added value we brought with us being local.
So in an industry like yours, you need long-term planning, quite long-term planning. How much visibility, or how much does visibility of project pipeline affect your business?
Very, very nice question, very good question. Actually, we know, everybody knows what we have seen last few years, Corona, the geopolitical problems in the Red Sea and so on. Being local, you can really solve a lot of problems. And the decision has been made to be local to solve a lot of problems. What we did in the last 6-7 years, I mean, the project, they had some delay, and having this difficulty to bring experts from Europe, spare part from Europe, we decided to expand vertically as well. So not only focusing on the project itself, we were focusing also on the after-sales activities. And to solve this problem from long lead time of delivery, we built our own stock. So we had let's call consignment stock for very sensitive items, so we can react on customer demand really very quickly. And even luckily now, we managed to transfer a lot of know-how to Saudi Arabia to be able to produce some component locally. And this step will be followed with other steps later on when the projects really move again. So voestalpine as a group, we can bring a lot of other product to increase our portfolio in Saudi Arabia, as well as a lot of investment are in pipeline also in our group. You know, the Vision 2030, it's one of the main pillars is logistic. The Vision 2030 want to transfer Saudi to a logistic hub, and we can contribute to this aim, to this objective in a very, very good way.
Saleh, as the local player here, partnerships must play a big role. They're known to be accelerators. What formula of partnerships works?
We always look at partnership that will provide the best technology and the edge, either in operational excellence on this. We do not look, I think the partnership have evolved already. So we are not looking at somebody brings everything and we pass it on. So here, the whole localization thinking, which we see it as a business opportunity, made us to think more about technology and partners who can help us to create a platform that can start evolving by itself. So futurely doing our R&D, generating an in-country patents. So we look at the best-in-class partner in the topic, because that's, in our view, this is what not only create a localization opportunity, but create an export potential. Because our eye remains on how can we create something competitive inside the kingdom that can go outside and export. Because you can satisfy the local market, but the real value is created once you start exporting from here.
Undoubtedly. Rajiv, let me ask you about how important is in your business is proximity to ports, efficient free zones, and how is your experience again in the kingdom?
Got it. So in our business, we are moving 1 million plus tons of product every year. So the business is actually one on shipping lanes and less so within the factory itself. So the shipping lane, access to shipping lane is really important. So proximity to port is a significant enabler. And one of the interesting things that happened early on in our journey was being exposed to, so the interesting thing about the kingdom is the number of industrial estates that are available in the kingdom and the flavors that are available. So you have, for example, somebody like a Modern who's providing build-to-suit, easy-to-scale infrastructure, and you have the Royal Commission providing heavy industry kind of infrastructure, both of them supported with excellent logistics capability in terms of port. Also interesting is the improving railway and national highway network that's developing. So I think what really worked for us was being exposed to these things early on. So we were working with PIF. PIF then took us to these counterparts, exposed us to the ecosystem. So it's kind of quite easy for us to make a choice after that. So I think you're absolutely right. In our business, shipping plays an important role, and being close to the port is necessary. And from that perspective, I think Saudi's got plenty of ports that have spare capacity and still are not choked up.
I'll stay with you and ask one question that I would like to pose to all three of you. What is one lesson for private companies to learn when coming into the United Kingdom, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia?
So I can take that. So I think a couple of lessons for me that stood out is one, on the demand side, as you were speaking, is I think you have to have a view that eventually you will be more competitive, that you will be a world beater based in the kingdom. If you're not, then you might want to think twice, right? You have to have that kind of scale. You have to have that kind of an ambition to kind of grow from the kingdom to the rest of the world, because that's when it becomes sustainable. The second thing is that there are so many resources available for external investors, whether it's on the logistics side, whether it's on the human resource side, a lot of incentives available from the government on financing. So I think educating oneself and reaching out to the right counterparties up front will allow you to understand how you can build that competitiveness into your system. That's my takeaway.
I think I come back to the engagement of stakeholders.
Okay.
You need to develop the opportunities for localization, engaging all the different stakeholders, whether from the demand side, whether from the supply side, whether from the whole ecosystem and all the opportunities, because this is a work requires that everybody to accept his play part in the beginning before the project is launched. Otherwise, these projects get stumbled sometimes through this.
And Muammar, from your experience, what lesson is replicable for other private companies, would you say?
So one of the lessons, good lessons, I would love to share with the colleagues here. I mean, really, this market is very promising, and it has ups and downs. We had a good time, we had bad time, we had a time where the projects were somehow in hold, but it's a very, very promising market. And in a sector like ours, I mean, we do see the companies working in this area are hungry or are very open to learn, to explore what other countries, very advanced countries in railway, what they are doing, to copy-paste it or to adopt it in Saudi Arabia. Very promising market. You need to be dynamic, you need to be patient. Sometimes you'll have tough time, but it is a very, very promising market, and you need to be there. Otherwise, you'll lose a lot of opportunities.
Okay, again, I'll stay with you and go down the panel that way. You've all entered the ecosystem from different positions. What would you say the one condition that needs to pre-exist for success or for a commitment to turn into investment?
It's a good question. Actually, again, I will speak about railway sector. In our case, you know, any investment we are going to do or we are planning to do, it will be huge, relatively huge for our business, and the projects need to come. I mean, we are waiting. We know a lot of projects are in pipeline in Saudi Arabia, a big one, really huge one, and once those projects will come, companies like ours, they are ready to do much more in Saudi Arabia.
So what needs to pre-exist is patience. That's what I hear from Saleh.
Pre-exist as?
No, I said maybe what he's saying is what needs to pre-exist for a promise to turn into a commitment or an opportunity to turn to commitment is patience.
Patience.
What do you think?
Not to repeat the demand and become repetitive, I think you can ignore the question of economics. Some items, regardless of whatever, even if there is an eagerness to localize, if there is no an economical formula to make it happen, I think we just need to accept it at certain facts and say this is not a good project. I think embracing projects on the economics basis is a key, and as it sounds very fundamental and basic, but reality is sometimes the excitement makes people move on projects that might not be economical. So the project needs to be economical, bankable, and then people move on it.
So you need to be very selective from an economic point of view. Rajiv?
I was actually going to go with patience, but since that's taken up, I'd go with partnership. I think you need the right kind of partners.
Right. Local partner?
Whether it's supply chain partners within the region, customers, equity partners, what have you, but I think you need the right kind of partners.
Excellent advice, I think. Thank you all very much. Thank you for joining me today, and thank you all for attending today.
And thank you, Siva, for guiding us through those success stories. That's what it's all about today, is not only hearing the opportunities that are possible, but of course also hearing about the outcomes and the impact on the ground. So now we move to a next section, which again is really showing all the activity that's taking place. We have a whole series of MOUs being signed here in the room, and what you're going to see there is a powerful snapshot of how collaboration is indeed translating into action across the kingdom and its economy. Remember, today we're going to go across a whole series of sectors, from healthcare to logistics to rail, manufacturing, food security, of course technology, sustainability, workforce development, and business services as well. They reflect both the public and the private sectors that are working side by side to strengthen the lifelines of the national transformation that we heard about this morning in the plenary session. And indeed, we've seen the proof in our session today across this particular vertical. Really, the agreements are a building block of thriving economy, of financing those local supply chains and localizing manufacture, another theme that we've seen, and developing talent, and of course attracting investment. They also unlock or point to the unlocking of value across the chain, which we've seen through localization, innovation, and a lot of new partnership models that have been discussed this morning that really are leading to significant growth, and also grounding these ecosystems in resilience, competitiveness, and a long-term valuation. Now, as the stage is being prepared, you can see here we have the first MOUs ready to go. I want you to really look at the signings not just as a standalone moment now today in the room, but also the signals of the confidence, commitment, and indeed momentum, as each MOU represents intent today, but of course a huge ongoing impact tomorrow. So thank you for your patience. I've got lots of people in the room. Hopefully most people are here, but if not, we'll move the order around because we know that everybody is super, super busy today. So, the first MOU is between Tamid and Fab Bank for Supply Chain Financing Initiative. This MOU brings together NUPCO and some local banks to provide 2.7 billion in supply chain financing to over 70 private sector companies. That includes manufacturers right here in the Kingdom and SMEs, and strengthens resilience across the healthcare supply chain. They're not going to be coming on the stage for this one, but we wanted to let you know and show you the absolute scale that is taking place with these MOUs. Sticking with NUPCO, we now have the MOU with Saudi Awal Bank, SAB. This memorandum outlines a financing initiative between NUPCO and Saudi Awal Bank. Is aimed at strengthening the healthcare sector supply chains and indeed supporting sustainable private sector participation. So if I could call you to the stage for the signing of NUPCO and Saudi Awal Bank, please. And then we can take some great photos of this momentous occasion. So gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, welcome to the stage. As we said, very much focusing a spotlight on the healthcare sector. Fabulous. Thank you so very much, gentlemen. And we will move on to our second MOU to be decided. The anticipation as we wait for the second MOU.
Which one is it? Saudi Railways, please.
After you finish the NEPCO ones, you start with this one, the Saudi Railways.
203, please.
This one or this one?
No.
This one.
We finish these, بعدين نبدأ هذا.
Railways, yeah, 203.
ما خلصنا هذول؟
بلا عملنا الصعب وهيدا عملنا
Okay, sorry.
The screen, why didn't have the number? Announcement. We mentioned the number to people.
Only those.
Can we? Who's in that?
No, it should be the railway now. Yes. Correct?
So we are just preparing, oh, more chairs for the Saudi Railway. Saudi Railway Company and Siemens Mobility Saudi Limited. This MOU explores the localization of manufacturing activities for point machines and supporting Saudi Arabia's rail sector development and advancing local industrial capabilities. A very, very important sector.
That's right. So the next one is this one, Airoli Limited.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Very, very important sector and a major signing there. We are now moving through to Airoli Limited Company and Lucchini RS Holdings SPA, and again focusing on the railway sector, but this time supporting the localization of railway steel wheel manufacturing and finishing in Saudi Arabia. And the whole aim of this MOU is to strengthen the rolling stock localization and enabling long-term supply chain sustainability. So if we could call Airoli Limited and Lucchini to the stage, please, for the official signing of that MOU.
Figuring this out now.
So we believe they're in the building. Yes, somebody's coming to tell me.
They're coming.
Excellent.
Sorry.
If they get their joggers on, if you can get the trainers on. Fabulous. So we're waiting for Airoli and Lucchini, again involved in the travel sector. And here they come. No time for water. We don't allow you to have a drink in this room. Gentlemen, welcome. Salam alaikum. Please take a seat. Thank you so much.
Riyadh Sleepers Factory. Riyadh Sleepers Factory.
Please go ahead and sign. I'm so sorry, you're waiting for me. Yes, open up and sign away. And we're going to capture a wonderful photograph here to show this momentous signing.
I'm sorry, change of plans. Next one is Osama and Royal Commission of Al-Ula.
Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Osama and Royal Commission for Al-Ula.
But wait, we need to did they finish their picture?
This one?
Fabulous. Thank you so much for joining us today. And we love all this marks of success, as we said, really showcasing what's taking place on the ground here in the kingdom. And one area that we know very, very well that's been a phenomenal success along with the rest of the tourism sector, and that is the Royal Commission of Al-Ula. And this MOU relates to that. A signing with Al-Ula and Tasami. The MOU provides a professional business services and specialized Tasama. Thank you, shukran jazilan. So Tasama and their specialized support to help the Royal Commission in Royal Al-Ula and its affiliated entities to achieve their operational and strategic objectives. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
And the Sama Wild Ventures. The page before. Should be above. Yes. We can take a picture.
And the wider group receiving the recognition for all this hard work. So the Royal Commission of Alula and Tasama. Shukran. Thank you, Shukran Jazilan, and thank you for your attendance today. And moving on to our 6th MOU, it really is showing a lot of activity taking place, and this one again is Tasama and Wired Ventures. This MOU enables the Wired portfolio companies even to benefit from Tasama's end-to-end business services and access to PIF's wider value chain, and of course with the intent of accelerating growth and scale.
We don't know who's next.
A warm round of applause for yet another mark of success. And the wider team again. Please feel free to join on the stage. Can't lose those all-important pens. Well done. Absolutely lovely to see these marks of success taking place here today. Now we are moving on to the MOU between Ashmore Investment, Saudi Arabia, and Farco. The MOU is providing growth to Farco KSA, and it's supporting, again, this common theme of localization, but this time around with their manufacturing or pharmaceutical manufacturing, and of course strengthening the domestic production capabilities. Building on the themes that we've discussed this morning, and again, proof of those relationships taking root. So Ashmore Investment Saudi Arabia and Farco, if you could make your way to the stage so we can celebrate your signing. They're keeping us on tenterhooks here. Please, gentlemen, when you're ready, we would be delighted for you to take to the stage. We still have 6 MOUs outstanding, which will be running through shortly, as well as a major celebration of all of these partnerships and indeed investments in the kingdom in the key sectors that we have been talking about, really on the building blocks of this thriving economy and building up those supply chains and localizing manufacture. And we heard so many big figures in our panels this morning in terms of successes. We're finding out the next one. So we're going to move along to our next MOU while we are awaiting Ashmore to reach the room. This one is going back to railway sector again, a very important sector indeed. And indeed, we heard from one of the companies on the panels just short time ago. This is the MOU between Riyadh Sleepers Factory and Voestalpine Railway Systems, and it's establishing local manufacturing capability for turnout bearers and concrete sleepers, again learning about technology transfer there and supporting the expanding networks of railways here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So congratulations, gentlemen.
Next is Tasama and Rebellion.
Thank you so much. And we will capture that picture. And indeed, if any of your team would like to join you, they are more than welcome. Here we go, tout ensemble. So Riyadh Sleepers Factory and Voestalpine Railway Systems. It's lovely to see those smiles and partnership taking place on the stage. Some genuine investments and genuine friendships and connections made as a result of these agreements between local and international companies. Now we move through to Tasama again. They are featuring highly on the list, Tasama Business Services Company and Rebellions. And this MOU explores the strategic collaboration between Rebellion's planned operations and presence here in the Kingdom, and strengthening with the bid to strengthen the Kingdom's technology and innovation ecosystems. So, Tasama Business Services Company and Rebellions, welcome. And we look forward to hearing more about that partnership. Certainly sounds very exciting. Let's gather everybody from the teams onto the stage. Don't be shy. You want company. Fabulous. Well done, Tasama and Rebellions. We like to stick to a theme, and Tasama is joining us again, and this time round it's with Procore, an agreement that established strategic frameworks for collaboration in construction digitalization, of course supporting that technology enablement and productivity across the construction sector here in the Kingdom. So Tasama and Procore, we'll be delighted for you to come to the stage. I know it's very busy out there, so people are battling through to get to the rooms. It's okay. If not, we can move on and give them a moment. That's no problem whatsoever.
30 seconds.
Oh, 30 seconds. Somebody is running, running hard out there. So we'll give them 30 seconds.
After which, again, we don't have any people to be on stage.
Okay.
So let's give us a minute.
Okay, so they will be joining us a short while. We still have 4 remaining MOUs outstanding, and we really are moving across all the different sectors that we highlighted just a short while ago, financing across workforce development, rail, as we've seen now, logistics, manufacturing, food security, healthcare, technology, and sustainability as well. So, And don't forget that after the MOU, we also want to give you your money's worth today. We do have our final fireside chat with Tasama and called Boundlessly Elevating Business Services. That will take place with His Excellency Mohammed bin Nasser Al Yasser with SIBA. So looking forward to that. But meanwhile, we have another MOU to sign. And this one's Tasama and Procore, as you can see up here. So a very hot topic, construction digitalization. And please, let's make this a party. If you're related, join us on the stage for a photograph.
The second one from the left.
Great to see so many people benefiting from this partnership. So a nice round of applause, Procore and Tasama. And talking about infrastructure and enabling supply chains, NUPCO and Arabian Medical Products Manufacturing Company. They will be joining us next for a signing between NUPCO and ANEA, basically for warehousing services within the national logistics system so that they can help improve operational efficiency and support, very importantly, the seamless flow of medical supplies across the kingdom. So thank you, gentlemen, NUPCO and Arabian Medical Products Manufacturing, ANEA. Wonderful. And let's have the team up to join you to celebrate this moment. And many congratulations, Mabruk.
Tasama Amar. Tasama Amar. Tasama Amar, yes. Economic city. I don't know.
So we believe the next MOU is between Amar, the Economic City, EEC, and Tasama, exploring soft landing services and commercial and operational support to help local and international companies establish themselves, and not only establish themselves, but grow here in King Abdullah Economic City. So we would love to have Amar, the Economic City, and Tasama to the stage to sign this MOU. And whilst we have a few more MOUs and indeed one more panel this afternoon, tomorrow we are back again. We're going to be here just after, I think, about 11:30, 12, and we are going to be running through today. We sort of set the scene in terms of collaborations that are possible in all the different sectors, and tomorrow we're going to show the building blocks of how that's happening, and again, specific examples of how to get involved with all the activity that's taking place on the ground. And don't forget, not only the great conversations in this room taking place today and tomorrow, but we have the booths just outside, lots of digital screens for you to just press the button and make appointments. So it's an amazing opportunity to network, as we were hearing this morning in the plenary, and indeed, as well as listening to the experts here, you have that chance as well. We're still waiting on a few more MOUs to come to the building. Well, they're in the building, but to come to the room. So we have some gentlemen here. I will just make yourselves known to the young lady here. We have some gentlemen here for the MOU. Come to me and tell me which MOU, and I will gladly.
Ashmore and Farco.
Okay.
Ashmore is ready.
I think Farco and Ashmore are ready now.
Excellent.
Okay.
We've already.
No.
Oh no. Yeah. Okay. Gentlemen, thank you so much for that. I know there's a lot of people in the room. So Ashmore Investment Saudi Arabia and Falco, sorry. The MOU providing growth capital to Falco KSA in supporting the localization of pharmaceutical manufacturing and again strengthening domestic production capabilities. So thank you for joining us. Ashmore Investment, Saudi Arabia, as you can see here, and Falco.
I can't read. MOU saying?
Thank you so much, and we will prepare the stage for our next signing. Get the books at the ready. And what a great celebration it's been. So many people involved here on the ground, as you can see. And we'll move on to our next signing now, which is between King Abdullah Economic City and the National Industrial Training Institute to collaborate with industry-relevant training and educational programs to enhance workforce skills and competencies across many sectors, but including manufacturing, energy, automotives, and logistics.
177. This one. Also King Abdulaziz. King Abdullah, sorry. This one.
Thank you so much, and let's have a lovely photo to celebrate King Abdullah Economic City. And now we're going to stay with the same theme. After we've taken this photo, we will stay in the educational sector. Thank you. Emma Brooks celebrations. So, King Abdullah City is very, very busy. You can stay on the stage and make yourself comfortable, as you will be joined by Stratafi to collaborate on developing and looking at cooling solutions utilizing a subsurface and wellbore technology to support national sustainability in the goals and, of course, enabling the growth of the carbon infrastructure.
Which I think you have. Which now we're doing.
And let's celebrate with the team once more for that official photograph. Strategy and King Abdullah Economic City. Thank you so much. So, we're keeping them on their toes. Don't sit down. Yes, we have EMA and the Economic City, EEC and TASAMA to sign this MOU. Collaboration exploring soft landing services and commercial and operational support to help local and international companies establish and grow in King Abdullah Economic City. A real powerhouse for international and local partnerships.
Sama and Mudun, which I've seen this one. They're on their way, so let's wait a bit.
Lots of smiling faces. Fabulous. So we have one more MOU outstanding, and someone you know well, Tasama, thank you, shukran jazilan, and Modon. So they are making their way in, and just to give you a flavour of the final MOU of this session. It's a partnership that will be supporting investor enablement and soft landing services aligned with economic zones to attract and support industrial investment across the kingdom. So Modon and Tasama. Well, we know Tasama's here, but Modon will be joining us shortly. And don't forget, when we finish up in just a few moments' time, we are going back to our final fireside of the day, entitled Boundlessly Elevating Business Services, with His Excellency Engineer Mohammed bin Nasser Al Yasser, the Chief Executive of Tasama. And that fireside will be moderated by Siba Audi from Al Sharq, that we saw just a short time ago with that previous interview. And tomorrow, as I said, today has been very much about setting the foundation stones. And tomorrow, in this very room, we will be looking at the momentum and how those foundations are being activated in the industrial and logistics sector. And what a day it's been. We've been hearing about the massive growth in mining, moving up to one of the fastest growing sectors in the world and looking to grow by 10 times its size by 2040. And again, across many industries, across the halal food industry, we heard about up to 7 to 9% growth per annum. So really, as somebody summed up on one of the panels, if you are going to base yourself in the kingdom, not only get ready for growth here and regionally, but to set yourself up internationally as well, given the opportunities and the ability to take advantage of these vast ecosystems and the funding and foresight that is enabling them to happen with the public and private partnership between PIF and the private sector. So Modan to join us shortly. And what a celebration it's been. We've had quite a significant number of MOUs signed here this afternoon from all parts of the value chain, which is good to see, alive and well, and looking to bring international companies into the locally strong ecosystem on many levels and within many different sectors. And indeed, our final MOU is part of that, with the soft landing services that will enable and attract and support industrial investment. So I'll just get an update from the team. So we do have Modon in the building. They've navigated Riyadh traffic. And now they have to navigate the excitement inside the building. And we can give you a heads up to what's taking place tomorrow, so you can reserve your seat. As we said, it's going to be talking very much about moving on from setting the foundations to looking at the acceleration and momentum. And we're going to be looking at partnerships and execution at scale, and how those localization strategies are moving to develop national capability and innovation and accelerate that value creation. We're going to get content from local journeys and partner developments, procurement strategies, and formalized collaborations. Again, we're going to have even more MOU signings tomorrow, so that we can look at the actual production and measurable impact on the economy. And so today too will reinforce the powerful message that we've seen today, that growth is no longer linear or siloed, but it's a result of cooperation and collaboration and data-driven partnerships between the government and the private sector. I think maybe some gentle music while we're waiting. Here we go. So welcome, salam alaikum. Thank you so much for joining us today. And this is to celebrate the MOU between Modon and Tasama. And this is a partnership that's supporting investor enablement and soft landing services, aligned with the economic zones to attract and indeed support industrial investment across the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So, big round of applause. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And what a celebration. We've had 16 MOU signings today and more to follow, as I said earlier, really representing not just a moment in time today, but indeed representative of all of that alignment and partnership taking place on the ground. Lovely. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And we have one more cozy fireside with you. Tasama is going to remain with us in the building, and His Excellency Mohammed bin Jasser Al Yasser is going to stay with us to have a chat with Siba Audi. And they're going to be talking about boundlessly elevating business services, which is really representative of the signing that we just saw on the stage here today. And they're going to be introducing Tasama in a little bit more context and its role in enabling businesses to establish and scale their operations here in Saudi Arabia, and very much focusing on their service offerings with particular emphasis on their soft landing solutions, which are supporting investors, inbound operators and international companies entering the Saudi market. So, Siba Audi, back to the stage. Thank you very much for joining us again from Al Sharq Bloomberg, and she will invite Your Excellency to the stage. His Excellency Engineer Mohammed bin Nasser Al Yasser, the Chief Executive Officer of Tasama.
Allah يعطيك العافية.
Allah يعافيك. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you all for coming in this evening, and thank you very much, Your Excellency. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you too.
And congratulations on the signing. How many MOUs today?
4 or 5.
4 or 5?
Yeah.
Okay, how's your wrist feeling?
It's good. It's good. I
Okay.
had some help.
To many more, inshallah, to many more successes. So if we look at, we think about, 3 objectives in Vision 2030 are to enhance ease of doing business, to unlock state-owned assets for private participation, and also to promote PPP. And Tasama, which was formed only a few months ago, was formed to assist in all those. If you just give us a bit of an overview of what is your mission?
Well, we're so thankful, to reach this stage. Vision 2030 10th anniversary is coming soon, April, inshallah, 2026. The vision was announced April 2016. Now, if you look at the country today and the opportunity that is in front of us, comparing to where we were leaps and bounds ahead of everything we imagined at that time. So, we show a sense of gratitude to our leadership, to Almighty Allah for granting us such an opportunity. Tasama comes as an enabler to the next wave of growth and the next wave of maturity. If you look at, if you take a step back and look at the economy, GDP structure, we looked at it and we found that service spending is below where it should be for, this economy to take the next wave of growth. We compared it to other economies that are similar in nature, geography, structure of GDP and so on. And we found that Saudi Arabia has a potential upside of 3 times where it is today.
Interesting.
Right? So that's one thing. So the service spending is down. The second of all is the fact that Vision 2030 has been here for 10 years. There is a sense of review that was announced by the government. So spending effectiveness and efficiency,
Right.
operational excellence, maturity of offering in terms of product and services to the market. Not only maturity, but also price competitiveness on a per transaction basis and so on and so forth. And let me give you a specific example so that, you know, it becomes relevant. You know, a private sector customer, and we are amongst, you know, the private sector forum members, came to us. They are in the sports industry. And, you know, came to us and told us that, look, you know, we don't have a lot of demand. We don't have a lot of requirement. You know, we need procurement support for 20 to 30 transactions a month. We said, okay, you know, we're here to listen and support. We understand your operation, and then, you know, serve you as you wish, transaction model. 3 months later, the same customer came back to us and said, thank you so much for the support. Now we want you to take all of our procurement operation and help us make it better, more efficient, cost-effective, and so on. Now we have 6 full-time team that is delivering, and they are accountable for the customer metric. They act on behalf of the customer. So if we did not listen and understand and show flexibility in the beginning, this customer would not have trusted us.
Sure.
So what makes us, you know, unique as an enabler is that we stop and seek to understand first and formulate an offering that is specific to the needs of the customer at the beginning.
So what services do you find are absolutely essential or rather critical for a company to land softly in the kingdom and
So we have categorized our service lines into 3 categories, and we label them, you know, establish, operate, innovate.
Okay.
Okay. So establish, whether you're an international investor coming to the kingdom or a local investor who wants an accelerated form of creating a company. For specifically the international investor, we help them with market entry studies. We help them with acquiring their CR license, if they need an office space, if they need a technology stack. So anything and everything they need to establish their business and presence in Saudi Arabia. Of course, you know, there is a lot involved in the process. It's not only legal services, but also advisory services and so on. Many of these services we deliver internally through our core capacity and core competency, but also we partner. We are not a consulting company, so we partner on market studies and so on and so forth. And over the years, we have established an ecosystem of partners that are offering many services that complement our core offering, so that, you know, the customer has one party that is accountable for their business outcomes, and yet we deliver what we can, but also we partner with...
So when you're going out to the market to find providers,
yes,
but you also provide services internally. I'll ask you the same question I asked you earlier. How do you avoid bias? How do you avoid competing with who's out there?
Well, you know, I mean, today, in today's market, you know, competitors do collaborate in some cases, you know. But for us, you know, to begin with, and we saw, you know, what kind of impact Tasama can play. So one of the first things I've tried to do is actually ask the board in Tasama to add a goal to my scorecard, which is local content.
Okay.
So we want to promote local businesses or even international businesses that operate outside in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So that counts towards our local content. Any local purchase,
even if it's non-Saudi company,
even
but operates
if
in the
it is
kingdom.
non-Saudi,
Yeah.
you know, because localization of staff, localization of spending, you know, many of the metrics actually have to do with the financial statements, right? So any money that is spent within the economy is counted.
And where are you finding those partners? Do you have a portal that they can sign into, or do you find them?
Two ways. We have recently established a partnership department, and some of them through, you know, events like this, through social media, through project and customer interactions, they come to us and approach us. And also we have an online presence. But at the same time, sometimes we seek them because of their value add. You know, so we are doing, you know, research, you know, to look at which partners really complement our offering or, you know, add value to us. And you saw some of the partnerships, you know, many of them were customer oriented, but some of them were in the supply chain related to AI and technology and some of the solutions.
So apart from the local element, is there any other criteria by which you filter?
Of course, you know, quality and maturity plus competitiveness. You know, these are very simple criteria, but are very, very important for the sustainability of the relationship and what Tasama is trying to play, you know, the role that Tasama is trying to play. You know, we are trying to play the role of a national champion and a market maker and make it possible for local and international businesses to find a home in Saudi Arabia. And we want to do it as simple as possible, as smooth as possible. Remember, we are a late entrant into the outsourcing market. So if we play a traditional game, you know,
it's not going
you know, sort of the older way of doing things, you know, we will not have a chance. We will not be attractive enough. We will not add value enough to our clients and so on.
Enter technology. And enter AI now. That sounds to me like the perfect model where AI can be a great application.
And
or
you know, that's a great segue into what I was trying to say is you know, we cannot play the labor arbitrage, you know, and shifting jobs outside Saudi Arabia. This is you know, for the fact that who we are and who owns us and so on, we cannot play that game. So by nature, one of our challenges is the high-cost labor. But at the same time, we have an advantage in the kingdom, being one of the most digitally advanced technology and putting technology to real use. And Saudi Arabia has been rated, you know, globally from, you know, various entities in the United Nations, in the World Bank, and in the ITU, and so on and so forth, being, when it comes to e-government or digital infrastructure or innovation or even cybersecurity. Saudi Arabia started from a very difficult place, by the way, 10 years ago, but now is a leading economy in terms of utilizing technology in the right way to produce outcomes. Therefore, you know, we're putting that advantage to use in two ways. First of all, productizing our service portfolio, designing and developing products that are meeting customer needs, they are innovative enough, they are agile enough, and so on. And then using technology to fulfill the requirement of the design of those products. And through these two sides to one coin, if you will, we aim to disrupt this market in Saudi Arabia in particular, but inshallah, to go beyond.
What would you say would be the risks to your model? What would be the challenge for consolidating all those services under one player?
I think it's, first of all, time comes as a big challenge, but we're using AI, for example, to accelerate through some of the laborious aspects of achieving that.
Time being because you're trying to catch up.
Yeah, we are it's a fact. We are a late entrant, so we have accelerated through many of the challenges. Now we have a full team. We are, growing beyond, our budgeted plans, and at the same time we are a profitable company. So I think we have accelerated through many of the challenges, but at the same time, I think that to be where we want to be, it's going to take us time. However, we are putting AI and other technological elements, that we have within our team, including the human intelligence, because our model is going to combine human intelligence with artificial intelligence in order to accelerate through some of the challenges. Plus, I think demand and variance of demand, might be an issue. Although in Saudi Arabia we're lucky, that every time we see global economic trends, going a certain way, Saudi Arabia, based on the proactive decision making from leadership, and the proactive approaches to planning and revising the entire national strategy, has really made it much easier for companies like Tassama to grow much faster than expected.
They say if it's not broken, don't fix it. You mentioned that the system may be, not broken, but it's not efficient because there isn't enough demand on those services. Now, how are you planning to revive that demand or enliven that demand?
Sure. Through I think, I would say multiple ways of marketing activities, through raising awareness, through various marketing channels, including social media, and we're doing this, in terms of establishing, our corporate presence, but at the same time our product portfolio awareness and knowledge, through also customer-oriented events. We participate in conferences and events locally and internationally. Plus, at the same time, I believe second quarter we will have our flagship annual event, inshallah. Also, being in the private sector forum today is an important platform to send our message not only locally but to the entire globe.
Right.
The third thing, I believe we are doing a lot of work directly towards our customers. Personally, I'm having every week on an average 3 to 5 visits with customers alongside my team to really understand customers, raise awareness that we're here, this is our story, we're here to serve.
Yeah.
Even the way we designed our culture, we used the word serve to articulate our value system within the company.
So what's your pitch like when you go and meet with your customers? What are you talking to them about? What's in this for them?
We want to be your reliable partner. We want to understand your business, your strategic objectives, your challenges, and we would like to add value to addressing these objectives as well as challenges. It's a mode of partnership. It's a mode of consultative approach to building a relationship, to seek to understand these customers to begin with. And
are they seeing how you can help them scale growth and scale revenue?
We actually typically co-create a roadmap with these customers.
Nice.
We don't even, we invest up front. We sort of, flipped our model in a way so that, we invest in understanding these customers up front before we sell them anything.
And who's your customer, would you say? Your primary customer? Is that an internal, local company? Or is it an international company that you want to bring into the kingdom and help scale growth?
We have been fortunate, to be honest. We have all of the above. We have PIF portfolio companies that are really continuing, to be customers for us. We have multitude of large government customers, and at the same time local and international private sector. And examples that we are proud of introducing to the market in a very speedy way. I mean, recently an American healthcare provider wanted to do market entry in the kingdom, and the team was able to do it in less than 2 weeks.
Wow.
What used to take months, we're trying to shorten the cycle through experience of the team, through re-engineering our processes with the help of our stakeholders, whether PIF stakeholders or other stakeholders within the supply chain. And the third thing is the utilization of advanced technology to accelerate through many of the processes.
Okay, so Tasama is what, 3 or 4 months old now. If we meet this time next year at this conference, and I hope we do, what's the picture going to look like?
Our brand was launched in July. So we're about, 9 months old now? 8 months old?
Yeah, and just under.
Yeah, 8 months old or so. The picture is going to look like a product portfolio that is really unique in nature, is using AI as a native element of our product portfolio, and is providing seamless customer experience to our customers using various channels of interactions, through the digital channel, through the personal interaction with the relationship management team, and at the same time a brand that is well recognized when it comes to serving both local and international customers.
Well, I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
And thank you so much for the time.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
And thank you, Your Excellency and Siba, for a great session on shining the light into the service sector and giving us a really good idea of how to make that soft landing simple and smooth, and obviously the big role that tech and AI even will play within that in the future and help leapfrog its competitors. Well, that's it for day one. And what a day it's been for national transformations, really setting the foundation stone for Saudi Arabia's industrial and logistics future. We can see now through the MOUs and everything else, it's not just theoretical, but it's being built and activated and scaled up right now. And indeed, we will build on that tomorrow, day two, where we talk about the momentum. And indeed, that last panel gave us an insight into that, into how those foundations are being activated to unlock future potential. So meanwhile, thank you so much for joining us today. Shukran jazilan, and we will see you back here tomorrow at 11:40. So look forward to seeing you then. Thank you so much.